Welcome to the game.
Welcome to Bally's Presents live at the bike, the longest running high-stakes poker series. This action is coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Casino located in Los Angeles, California. Today we got quite the cast of characters. It seems like I'm doing a little time traveling, and that is because we are on a 2-hour delay. Today a little bit less. But today's show, we got a $25.50 with a $50 big blind ante. We got Ju in the mix. We got Saya Ono, the most feared cash game player in Los Angeles, buying it for 50 dimes. We have Henry, who I said lives in Vegas. He does not live in Vegas. He lives in LA and Miami. Correction. We got Double H in the mix. And we've got Ludo, French businessman who's been rocking on a bunch of our streams. We've seen Ludo take some creative lines. We've got Tallow jumping in the mix. He's going to be commentating with me as well. He's right here. I'll introduce him in a quick second. But he's going to jump in for a brief second and help get this game started, the generous man that he is. We've got a new remodeled set here with Hollywood production cameras and an immersive wall. Perhaps today there will be cash flying on the wall, some punt graphics, and or some check raising in outer space. We are playing with an action clock brought to you by Protection Poker. These players have 30 seconds to act on every single street. They are granted 5 time chips.
Wow, that's good.
A 5-hour show, each worth 1 minute. I am JJ De La Garza, your resident commentator here on most high-stakes games. Remember that money won is twice as sweet as money earned. And I'm here with Tallow, professional poker player, beast PLO player, commentated the Phil Galfond Challenge, and a World Series of Poker bracelet winner. How are you, Tallow?
Thank you very much. Good. Glad to be here, especially now that I figured out how to turn my mic on. Nice to be here on this slow Friday with nothing going on in the poker world. Just get to sit back and quietly enjoy some high-stakes poker.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, I did briefly hop in this game. I arrived a little bit early, so I decided to jump in. I know a few people were going to be late before heading over to the booth. We'll see how that goes. YouTube chat pointing out that title says 50, 100, 100. It is 25, 50, 50, but at least when I was in there, we did have the $100 straddle on. So you're only being partially misled. It's very close.
And Ju with my favorite hand, 2 8s, aka the infinity hand. Ludo with a good 3-betting hand here. Obviously a wide range spot. Cutoff versus button. Jack, 9-7. Gutty for both players. And a quick check back by Ludo. How do you feel about checking that back, Tallow, at a frequency? I'm sure you're doing a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think his hands is arguably too good to be bluffing all the time here with King Queen High, as I know that might sound silly, but it actually can win in some showdowns on occasion. The value of checking back in position is, of course, a lot higher than the value of checking out of position, so I think it's fine. No strong opinions about anything, really, going on in poker right now. Sorry, that'll be the last one.
I have a Tesla, and I stick on autopilot. So today, I will be doing, like, staying in my lane a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. You know? I was texting you on the way here on autopilot, so I shall stay in my lane.
That's a good strategy. I should have done that as well.
But yes, once again, we are playing 25.50, $50 big blind ante. Straddle rounds, I'm sure. If Saya's in the game, Tallow, she makes these players straddle.
Yes, that is exactly what happened when I sat down. Is that immediately she put on the straddle, knew what she was doing.
She does strike 1 nicely, strike 2 a little more nicely, and
we're
strike
on
3
straddles.
straight fierce. Put the straddle on. It's on you, Tallow.
Yep.
Now, right now, put it in.
I object.
Fortunately, I don't take that much encouragement.
How's everybody? Good, good.
Yes.
All right.
And King Queen now for Jew is going to bump it up to 400. King 9 4, 2 hearts.
Pretty nice little flop here.
We're going to see some action here. And Ludo now in another spot, Tallow, that he can call or raise at a frequency. Takes the passive line once
Yeah.
again.
I tend to do more raising when my hand doesn't have the showdown value, so given that he has a pair there, I think it's okay to just do most of his calling in position. Certainly a hand that can be raised up for value, but we really want to keep worse
Haven't
draws
had
in.
coffee. Oh yeah, thank you.
Great check back, though. Absolutely fantastic check back after turning the nuts. Is going to let the Queen of Hearts realize here and make the second nuts. Jew is going to be very surprised when he inevitably calls.
Yeah, just a spot that's just tough. And let's get that camera over to Jew and Ludo. There it is. And Ludo says all of it right off the back.
Oh, you know what? Stack size in this make this actually a lot easier to get away from. It's hard. It's really, really hard to find bluffs here. And he would have a lot of ace of hearts that are going to check back the turn. I wouldn't be surprised to see, even though this is the second nuts, and if you're not calling this, what are we really calling? I wouldn't be surprised to see a fold here. I think this spot is very underbluffed.
Oh, sorry.
It's hard though. That's a lot easier said than done. It's pretty hard to fold the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, and you see Jew right here with the time chip extension. Jew is a traveling poker player. He is a businessman from Indonesia. And Jew is going to make the call. Ludo's going to double up on hand number 3, I believe.
Nice hand there from Ludo.
Hand number 4. And I was saying Jew is a traveling businessman, poker player, but when he's in town for months at a time, Tallow, he's playing, 203 hours of poker a month.
Wow.
Yeah, he's putting, so.
That's more than I do some months.
About 10 minutes ago, maybe? At most?
And I think Ludo got paid there for his image. Have you commented on Ludo before?
That's right.
I don't think so, but I've definitely seen him play a couple times. I can't remember if he was in one of the lineups that I did.
10,000?
He's a French businessman and gets very creative at times. He can play solid, knows how to play solid, but he likes to play pretty loose on the button from what I've observed, and then also likes to put in some creative lines. I believe, were you in the booth with me when he got all in with 7-5 suited pre-flop versus Andy? Or maybe that was Yale.
No,
that was Yale last.
Yeah, that was not me, but that sounds interesting.
Andy cold 4-bet from the big blind, and he just ripped in 7-5 of spades. Won one of the boards, though.
See, the problem with me now criticizing anyone's play is we're about to see me try to play Hold'em coming up here, and yeah, that might undermine my expertise a little bit.
Ace, queen.
Saya misreading her hand here, clearly thought she had Jack 4.
Yeah, I've heard about Jack 4. At first, I thought a few months ago the Queen 4 was the go-to hand because of Phil Hellmuth, but now I've heard in many streets that the Jack 4 is the...
Jack 4 is the theoretically correct hand here, JJ, but Saya potentially misreading her hand, maybe thinks she has bottom pair on this board, does put out a small c-bet. We do know, though, that Jack High here on the turn is quite a substantial holding. So Saya will continue applying pressure. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see this go raise, all in, and a call.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Let me get settled in, are you?
Inside takes down with
Oh, she
aggression.
wants to show it so bad, but she doesn't have the 4 reliable
I had
kicker.
Robbie's hand. I had to go with it.
What's that?
No idea what she's referencing.
All right.
Actually, it was close. Jack 3, not Jack 4.
Should have hit a jack.
Saya, most feared cash game player in all of Los Angeles. I still remember when she was coming up the ranks, because I've been playing the mid stakes for most of my poker career, Tallow. And I remember when she first started playing 510, banging her head against the wall. Fast forward 5-6 years later, and everyone views her as one of the top players in all of Los Angeles.
My exposure to her was only starting this year. So I don't know about any of the history, but from what I've seen, she seems fantastic.
625.
When she's sleeping.
625.
Shout out to Brandon in the YouTube chat. What's up, Brandon? Brandon rocked with us last few weeks. Played in a very aggressive style last Thursday, last Friday.
Oh
What's
yeah,
up?
I did commentate on, I believe, if that's that Brandon, when he was commentating. Is that who was, Brandon, were you who were talking about some 5-card PLO?
That was definitely him. I have some more players who want to play some PLO with you. Ace King.
I'm in.
6.
Find me, Tallow Poker on Twitter. 5-card, 4-card.
275.
And a spot where Double H has range advantage for the big blind 3-betting. His range should be comprised of aces and kings and ace king. So puts in the c-bet.
Appreciate you keeping us on track, JJ.
Turn, pair of 9s.
And Jack 9 picking up a little equity here. Always nice to not be drawing dead if you're going to continue the story.
Yeah, and you know what? His hand was a sneaky hand to keep barreling. Not only with range advantage, he can barrel on a 9, the straight cards, and the hearts. So his hand probably would barrel on like 40% of turn cards.
Yeah, it's something I think a lot of people miss when constructing their bluffing range, is that you do want to choose hands that can continue at a high frequency. And sure enough, equity has been realized. Jack 9 somehow getting there.
And now he goes for a 3rd sizing, almost to get called by something like Ludo has, perhaps ace-jack, ace-10, or not ace-jack, ace-10, ace-7, or ace-queen. A weaker ace in the arsenal.
Certainly getting called by all of our opponents ace-x when we size down, or hoping we are when we size down. Here, that's a really good fold by Ludo. Just, well, it's a fold by Ludo saying, I don't think you're ever bluffing here.
If Dan Zach was in the booth with you, he would say that's a very disrespectful fold, because when he makes a fold like that, like you just said, it means that he does not think his opponent's capable of bluffing when he gets that river, especially for the 1/3 sizing, correct?
Yep. Yep, if we're folding an ace there, we're basically folding 100% of our quote-unquote bluff catchers, although a pair of aces there is I think you could make an argument, is even better than just a bluff catcher. So we're really making the statement that you're just never bluffing. We're bluffing such a small percentage of the time that I don't need to call even when I have it.
Quick shout out to some of the regulars here in the YouTube chat. What's up, Sebastian? Law firm, Jessica Chu.
Shout out to the mods today. They've got their work cut out for them. Thank God for Sandy in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, what's up, Sandy Joy? One of the favorites of mine over, you know, when I first started commentating in about 2014, Tallow. Sandy Joy was rocking with me then, still rocking with me. She's my ride or die up in the Twitch streets. J&J Slots, what's up?
Oh, that sounds like Wayne yelling "lock the doors," which I think coincided with my arrival to this game.
Once the flop comes out, okay. Spade, heart, club.
That works for me. I'm Tom.
14, 14.
14, yeah.
That was,
I know that voice. That's the voice of an angel approaching that table.
yeah. Got somehow talked into sit in this game for a few minutes before my work started.
Hard doors, no drama in the booth.
So you're the commentator?
Yeah.
Why is Saya smiling so much? She eats.
I just have that effect on people, JJ.
Oh, I was thinking she eats commentators for breakfast, but yeah,
Oh, I was
good-looking guy here in the booth. Perhaps that's
I was
why.
thinking it was my new haircut. Damn.
Henry with the 3-bet with 2 4s, aka the Obamas. 44th precedent. Rocking away. 9-7-3.
Not a great flop for either player here.
Hey, Harry.
A spot where Henry's probably choosing bigger bet sizes
Hi, Holiday.
Hello.
on this board. If he elects a c-bet, what would the frequency be pinned down to on this board?
You'll end up being one of these two chiefs.
You're asking the wrong person for a hold'em c-betting theory question and in terms of percentages. I would guess when we're talking about mid, low on a two-tone texture with a straight draw like this,
30%?
pre-flop raiser, you got to be under 50% comfortably here, right? So depending on what sizings you're going with, maybe something between 30 and 42% based on what sizes you're using. But I guess in general population over c-bets, so it's probably slightly more than that for the average player. People just don't realize how frequently you should be checking a board like that.
And there's Henry.
Tallow.
He's starting
Tallow.
5,000.
There's Tallow, seat number 4. And there's Holiday,
Draw a
who
card.
played in the 2550 yesterday with us. Holiday plays, she's been only playing poker a year, Tallow.
Yeah, she
And
waited to take her seat until I did. It's a good move. Gotta wait for the fish to get in the lineup.
She plays quite well for playing poker for a year. And she plays solid.
35.
And then she has this randomization. And we'll just bluff. I commentated on her 2 streams, played solid, went for 2 massive bluffs, and both worked. So there you go.
Wonder what that's like.
Sorry.
He's on. He put his chips in 4, but he's actually for C3. 200.
Cooking in the Twitch chat saying, wow, Tallow playing no limit hold'em. Yeah, I felt the same way. Mistakes were made.
That's the good thing about mistakes. If you learn them from them.
Sometimes, you know, boredom just gets the better of you.
Charles in the chat asks, where's Matt Berkey? Actually, let's get to that after this hand because Henry has 2 pair.
300.
Jew has a massive draw.
East side diamond's pretty interesting on this texture.
Call.
Alexa just call. I think it's probably correct. Bricks out.
Check.
See if Henry decides to go for some real thin value here. Unlikely.
Yeah.
What would be preferred, Talos? I'm like half the size of the pot.
Yeah.
I think specifically with 10-9, we were going to do a lot of checking. With some of our higher 2 pairs, we can target lower 2 pairs at some frequency and hope to get called here. But I think 10-9 just blocks too much of what we'd want to be called by. I don't really know if we're getting hero down by single queens a lot in this spot, and a lot of the queen X is going to have 2 pair with it. So I like this check. I think it's real hard to get called by worse.
Once
Opponent
again,
dependent, potentially.
go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, Tallow.
No, just like, I think that's potentially one of those spots that rather than look at theory, better to just sort of look at your opponent and think, this guy, stickier player, like to call in the rivers. Or is this someone who plays, you know, more on the tighter side, harder to get thin value from, and let our process be decided that way?
Once again, we are running the Bally Predictor game. You guys have till 4 p.m. today. Play, predict, win. Head over there right now, ballyplay.com/LATB for a chance to win some Live at the Bike swag. Those of you who have tuned in the last few shows, I've been wearing some hoodies, some hats. We will mail it to the winner. It will take you guys about 20 seconds. 5 fun questions. You guys just got to predict some VPIPs, the biggest winnings, biggest losings. Take you very quickly, and it's fun. I promise you it's fun. Head over there right now. Someone in the chat said, where's Matt Berkey? Matt Berkey had a podcast today about something that was happening in the poker world and let us know that he missed his flight. Tried to book another flight, but it wasn't going to work out. I don't even know what's going on in the poker world for the man to miss his flight. How ridiculous. Must be something big going on. Ace, King, 6, Rain. And that's a spicy turn card as Henry picks up the flush draw. Holiday goes for the half pot size lead, just about. Pairs the 6 and Holiday's playing the board with the kicker, essentially aces, 6s with the king kick.
They're really about the best card in the deck for ace-4 of spades here. Nice little offsuit 6, take away any kicker problems that she might have had, breaks every draw. Good enough to go for another street of value here, which was going to be hard on most rivers.
Yeah, that sizing was pretty interesting. I guess she bet a little less than 2/3, maybe perhaps get called by a king.
All in play?
How about new Ron as well?
How often do you, Tallow, just blast off with that ace and try to get another ace to fold?
Add 10.
Almost never.
Oh, it's so
I
quiet.
think that's much more,
Can't wait
well,
to get dealt jack high on a paired board and just...
to me that sounds much more
Bet
like a
jam
PLO
with
blocker
transfer
play.
value.
And Hold'em, I'm very rarely taking a hand with that much showdown value and turning into a bluff.
Not referencing anything in particular, of course.
But better players might be doing it more frequently.
Everyone is sitting on it.
Just a play I've decided to incorporate into my everyday poker strategy. Straddles? Are we doing a round of straddles?
Yeah, one more
Round
round.
of straddle starting with Saya. Raise 300. And
I think you wanted to raise the didn't see you were gonna raise.
Yeah, I think I was acting out of position, but anyway, yeah.
Can you take his action back? Or?
It doesn't matter now.
I'm good with it, but I don't know.
So what was the rules? I thought I was.
it came out practically the same time.
Same time.
You just a call.
He didn't see your card.
I
He
didn't
couldn't
see
see your
his card.
cards behind your chip. He thought you folded.
Okay.
Yeah. You made it back.
All right.
Of course,
Call. 3-player.
2 people got real hands.
You wanted to change your 3-bet, so I wouldn't call, right?
King 8 deuce, 2 hearts. Henry and Saya, both with flush draws.
Call.
Henry's a little bit better.
Check.
Cyan straddle this hand,
Yes.
I assume. Makes sense.
Everyone's traumatized.
23.
Everyone's traumatized in poker today. We've all been up all night, wondering what the hell happened.
Oh, they weren't up all night rocking a baby at 3:30 a.m.
Nope. Fortunately.
I thought this whole world's vibes with the same problems
bomb
I
pop
have
up
at the
action?
moment.
The quieter the
problems.
table is, the
Good
more I have to
problems.
talk, so.
That's a healthier
I'm
thing
fine
to
with
keep
it.
you up all night.
I'll have a clash.
Trauma.
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Double board.
Everybody in?
Yeah, 200 each. Okay.
What are you doing? Bomb pot?
Yeah.
No
Double.
limit hold'em bomb pots. All bomb pots should
Double
be
board
PLO.
bomb pot.
Hear me? Trying to angle to get
All
4
on
cards out there.
Cards or 4 cards. 2 cards each.
Oh, you and Holiday.
Okay. Double board.
I tried.
Let's
Hold'em.
compromise and do 3 cards each.
Yeah.
Yeah, double board hold 'em.
Try to offer a
Not double
compromise.
board PLO.
All right.
What did you say?
So we
Saya
compromise and do
overruled
3
me.
cards each.
I think she.
Super hold'em.
Yeah, it's hard to overrule Saya. I think if you would have sold it a little bit more, looked at Henry, be like 3 card, and then
We're
H
I'm trying to
3
do a
card,
game
and then
here.
Saya would have been
Early
like
November.
2 card, and then
Yeah.
now you battle.
Should be a really good one. It's going to be like a coach's challenge PLO game. Galfon, Jane Andez, that's the plan.
Yeah, I didn't want to disturb the flow of the game too much. Only in there for a brief spat before heading into the
Trying to get
booth.
it set up.
It's either really
Let her
fun
get
or
away
really
with these 2
That's all
card
I play.
shenanigans.
I literally never play hold'em cash. This is the first time voluntarily sitting down at a hold'em cash table in public in a very long time.
Probably very slow for you then.
Check. Check.
It's me bemoaning Hold'em.
Oh yeah, in private, like with some fun games.
700.
And
Do it for
Henry,
sure, but
Oh, I was curious about this hand when I was at the table. So this will be interesting to see now.
with the top set ball on the bottom board.
What a top set to have too, blocking the nuts on the other board. You know there's only 1 queen left in the deck. Very hard for your opponent to have straight here.
Oh.
Okay, I'll go fix that.
Makes a lot of sense.
9 diamonds.
Wow, absolute beauty of a turn for the queens as well here. It's interesting. I think in double board here, this is actually the type of spot that we want to rarely size down on the turn. We're actually looking to get some hands to continue here, rather than just try to fold out all the ace highs
yellow chips are both $5 and 1,000.
on the top board.
Yeah,
We
the
just have
yellows-
our
the
hand has
$5 will
so
eventually
much
swap to
equity.
red.
Good to know.
So when you say that, Tallow, you're trying to go for something like a half pot sizing and then perhaps blast off on the river to get an ace to fold. Is that
Exactly
correct?
right. We basically are never going to lose both boards here. There's just very, very few commons. Ace-X of diamonds is one of the only hands we're potentially concerned about letting see a river here. So I think it's, in general in these spots, at least the way I approach them from PLO and when you have a hand of this hand class, is we want to get more money in knowing that we're going to have a hand that can just go for it on the river regardless. So generating folds here on the turn is just kind of missing out on some value. And he certainly doesn't have ace-X. He could have some sort of combo draw, some sort of just, in general, worse holding than queens even on the top board.
And Henry at the scoop, perhaps because I complimented him on his awesome shirt that he's wearing. You can't see it as much detail as there is, but it's pretty cool.
Restraddle.
Some looks like
You'll
pink
do it.
droplets. Probably like a $500 or $1,000 shirt. That's what I would assume.
Not a clothing guy. Not a materials guy in general. Would much rather spend that $500 on a bottle of wine that I'll drink in 1 hour than I would on a piece of clothing that I'll have for years. Doesn't really make sense, but
Straddle store. Usually around starting side.
not my thing.
So you invest in experiences.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I made the mistake of buying in this game for only 5K, specifically because I didn't
Well, 3 player.
want to do any real damage before hopping in the booth, but I think I was down to 4 just after the orbit of the blinds, the straddle, and the bomb pot.
Okay. Check around.
So you have a 40 big blind tournament stack.
40 big blind tournament stack coming up.
Henry turns the nut flush draw and does have the straight draw.
Yeah, ace 10, ace of diamonds here. Very pretty holding. A lot of potential.
Another spot, and I know you guys are probably annoyed with me, but a spot that Henry's going to have some raises and he's going to have some calls. His hand's pretty strong with ace high. As we can see, he has Saya beat here.
Yeah, and for similar reasons, I do like the call again here. It's great to keep in all of the lower diamond combos that you can get some value from on the river. Your hand has potentially too much equity to be bluffing and narrowing our opponent's range down to something that is going to make it hard to win the hand on the river unimproved.
48.
What do you mean you're gonna have them? What do you mean by that?
Say again?
What do you mean the prediction?
But here's the danger of just flatting, is that you can
I mean,
get outplayed. You don't
I'm
improve,
orchestrating it.
get bluffed
I'm
into, and
orchestrating
not
it.
much you can do now.
Yeah,
Pretty
Why you like?
bad reverse blockers
so
at this
Wayne's
point.
just
And this is what makes Saya so tough, Tallow, that
trying to put one together.
when she goes for the
I'm
bluff,
jealous of all the
you're
games,
not
the
calling
streams,
a
the games,
2/3 or a half
it's
pot
not the CLO,
sizing.
so I figured
She
might as
just
well
went
make one.
like 1.6x pot.
Yep.
And you can see the wheels going through Henry's head. Like, I don't think you're too strong here, but that's a good bet size.
Even when I was playing recreationally, like
Yeah, it probably takes something like
2014, I was
Jack of
playing
Clubs, Four of Hearts to hero call that river for that sizing.
I never really.
Unfortunate that he didn't have such a strong holding here, but
don't mind.
maybe next time.
I'll be in the booth.
I believe
before
we're about to witness a
seeing
treat here,
hands.
JJ. A true masterclass in poker is coming up. I was in the process of talking about how soon I have to leave to come hop in the booth and join you.
Wish I could pass
Anybody want
information
food
on to
service?
myself.
I'm good for now, thank you.
300.
Yeah, we're not sure.
Yeah, you can see I'm sitting at just around 4K here. Signed into VPIP for the first time. Yeah, that I wish it was 4,600. Although I don't know how much of a difference it really would have made.
Just iced coffee. With some cream. Medium.
Gotta learn all the chips. The browns are 5Ks. Yeah, okay. Gotta learn chip colors.
I learned today that there's 2 types of yellow chips on the table. There's
Oh,
$5
no.
yellow chips and $1,000 yellow chips. That was interesting to find out.
King, King, 5. High C-bet frequency, especially when Tallow will have some good barrels to diamonds and straight cards, as well as the 6 outs when he picks up a pair. Unfortunately for him, Holiday does have the king ball.
A lot of cards I can potentially barrel on the turn here. Me in the hand currently, I'm putting Holiday on a smaller pair, probably really a pair under the 9s. I think she's got something like 6s, 7s, 8s
17.
here a lot, and maybe some ace highs with backdoor draws, ace 10 of hearts type things. So I go for the second barrel here. Chose a sizing that would make it look like I'm effectively committed. Kind of wanted to get the value of my whole stack for less here. This actually left me with about 2,200 behind at the time, with a plan on just giving up. And then I made what is very clearly a thought process mistake at some point in this hand. And I was reading this very long tank as confirming the read that I already had, which was that she probably has some sort of mediocre holding. Maybe now she's picked up a gut shot to go with her ace high or a flush draw. Maybe she has an under pair. I thought about it a little longer and thought her sort of ace 10s that were ace 10 of clubs would probably be calling faster on the turn and wouldn't have to think about it that much. So I ended up ruling those out. Really thought that she was just trying to make a play with an under pair, and changed my mind on the river and decided to blast off with very little fold equity with my stack size here, which I don't think is a very good play.
All in.
All in.
Do the greens play.
One of the things that went through my mind, JJ, that should never go through a poker player's mind is, do I really want to sit here with 2,300 in this 25-50 game?
You were thinking that.
I was thinking that for,
Oh, man.
for another 10 minutes and nurse this short stack, or do I just want to go for it and hope this works? And yeah, I decided to do the let's just go for this and hope this works play. Not great poker here.
I'm shocked that she's tanking this long. I mean, she's at the top of her range. The backdoor flush did come in, but you got trips.
You win.
Holiday's going to make the call, and Tallow
I was
is
not
going
trying
to
to bluff that.
see
Sorry,
the
JJ.
felt.
I think I'm gonna stick to one bullet so I don't get too tilted before I go in the booth. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, good luck.
What happened?
What's up?
Oh shit.
So I said,
Side goes, what happened?
It depends.
Tallow representing the commentators around here very proudly did a good job. I've been punting off. You're punting off. Now we got to get. We've seen Wayne punt off. Need to get Adam Johnson to punt off a little bit.
It was good that she was in the tank. I think I correctly assumed I was going to get a lot of credit in that spot with her knowing nothing about me and me knowing that I was going to be in the commentator booth later, probably not trying to punt it off. So her tanking with the king there is very good for me. It just, you know, happened to be that she had trips. Not great hand selection for that bluff, though. That's for sure.
If it would have worked, you would have been a god.
If it would have worked, I would have gotten sufficiently lucky she didn't have anything.
We're hand shuffling.
And here are the cumulative winnings.
Ludo, you're the straddle.
Holiday,
Rip me.
big winner. Big spenders this far. Jew, Tallow, JJ, and Double H in the red. And
It'll be nice to see that pop up for the next 5 hours to remind me of how well I played.
So tough.
Holiday. Yeah. Running good.
Nice acting job.
I agree. She did do a nice acting job. Her tank on the turn definitely moved the needle a bit in my decision to completely punt it off on the river. When I chose that sizing on the turn, I was planning on just shutting down and then took her acting as weakness.
I mean, and I'm sure that's a low frequency play for you, correct? Or are you just going with your read at a high frequency over your actual?
I would say in a real game, if I'm like, for whatever reason, sitting 25-50 online for no limit hold'em, or we're in a tournament that I'm paying attention to with this blind structure or whatnot, that's a zero frequency play. If I go with that sizing on the turn, I should pretty much be shutting down 100% of rivers with that run out, especially without a club in my hand. But yeah, this was more of like a live game. I'm only going to be here for another 10 or 15 minutes. I don't really want to have to play what is effectively a 20 big blind cash stack.
Although the 20 big blind cash stack, not that I've ever played it. The guys who I see do play it, they're usually having a good time.
It's great to play. You actually get quite a big edge playing a short stack like that. Just wasn't something that I was looking to do. So it was a spot that I know this isn't going to work very often, but I'm going to stick it in there and hope it works. I'd rather play a normal size stack than a short stack. I don't really want to add on right before I go hop in the booth. So a lot of thoughts that shouldn't be factored into your decision-making process were factored in this spot.
Should have hit up your friend JJ at the bank, you know? He would have went to his box, hooked you up a little bit.
We weren't looking to get in too deep in our 30-minute max session.
And here, Jew. To the 3-bet.
Wow, chat, over-complimenting me. Appreciate you guys, thank you.
Oh, they love the blasters in the chat. They, if you play nitty, they hate you. But if you're blasted, it's 7-6-5. It's crazy how the poker world has changed. When I got into poker, which was around 2008-7, high stakes poker was all about, and everyone was all about watching the top players. And now people love the blasters.
It's true. But a lot of what you're saying is because some of the top players were the blasters back in the day, right? You had the guys like Durr, Sammy Farha, just throwing chips around.
But was Ivy a blaster?
Ivy wasn't a blaster, but he certainly was more aggressive than your standard high-stakes regular at the time. Now he's, speaking of Ivy, haven't seen him in weeks.
Adding time.
Yeah, I haven't seen him play in a very long time.
Nope.
I think he's in Macau or something.
He's missing. Somebody should put a bowl out and try to find him.
And an all-in by
Hello.
Double H, all of it.
That is quite the rip here. Oh my goodness. Ace of clubs going to work. Wow. Well, he's got the best hand somehow, and it's going to work.
I'll change it here.
Please.
Thank you.
So you got 2 plus 4.
Wow, that's quite the rip.
You can.
JJ, you think he misread his hand there? Do you think he thought that was the Jack-4 and not the Ace-Jack? For the open-ender?
It could make sense for a straight draw.
I mean, he does have the blocker with the Jack of clubs in that case. It's possible. It's really hard to say. Poker's evolved so much these days that It's just hard to put someone on a hand.
You got that upstairs? Or is
I mean,
it-
if you haven't made a jack high call in your life, have you even played poker before?
Probably not.
Shout out to Propion and
300.
Michael
Fold.
Schultz. Thin win. We got an ex-president up in here, George W. Bush, and Mitch Hetchett. What's up, guys?
Nightbot deleting pretty normal messages in the YouTube chat.
Ace,
Apologies, chat.
800.
Where
guys-
mods are on a little edge, even the automated ones today.
You guys got the wonderful voice of Tallow, a PLO expert,
Call.
in the building.
What's up?
King, 10 deuce rain. And look at Holiday getting jiggy. No pun intended. With the 6-9. And Holiday can get away with the small
Call.
sizing on a board where she has range advantage.
Aren't you going to take advantage of that small sizing and peel one off here with 5s? Tough hand appeal, you're just so reliant on your opponent shutting down when they're bluffing. Very, very hard to get to showdown here, but he's in position.
And an ace on the river, very Greenstein style.
Not much reason for Holiday to bet here. Our hand has improved to showdown value. The ace is pretty terrible. You're certainly going to have plenty of aces in his range at this point, but it's really hard to target much bluffing with a 9 here. But she does turn her hand into a bluff. Won't matter.
She's effectively trying to get a 10 to fold,
Yep.
correct?
That's what it looks like.
I remember when Doug Polk came about and he would talk about an aggressive style. Essentially, the gist of it, I'll give you guys how I interpreted it. If you're in doubt between taking an aggressive line and a passive line in game, go with the aggressive line because it can win some chips, and just analyze later.
I would strongly agree with that, especially when out of position.
No. No.
Now, if I can mentally note that in game, that would be the preferred line. But it's tough when there's stacks in and chips in, and you're like, do I want to put these chips in at play? Do I want to put my soldiers at harm's way?
As you noticed, JJ, it's really not that tough. I did it drawing dead with no problem at all.
Well, it's easy when you have a plethora of soldiers, an army across the country.
That's true.
3 players.
10-5-5. Paired board.
Check.
Check.
Check order.
Gutty ball. Picked up for Saya Ono.
It's going to be one of those spots where whoever looks at the pot strongly enough is going to win the hand.
H is looking pretty strong. Oh, your read is so good.
425.
Hard to see anyone continuing here.
4 1/4.
Both. You know how to do that? Both.
That's well.
Saya knows all.
I never bluff.
He's got away with 2 bluffs in the last 4 hands. And thank you guys for all tuning in. Please hit the like button and subscribe button. You are watching the all-new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the longest-running high-stakes poker series. And this action is coming to you live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Casino, located in Los Angeles, California. You bumping up the YouTube algorithm
Thank you.
helps us reach out to more homes. And frankly, it costs you nothing, means a ton to us here at the home here at the Park West Live at the Bike. So please, if you haven't done so, the 400 of you in YouTube chat, please smash that like button. Let's get over 100 likes in the first hour. Why not?
That's a pretty reasonable ask.
Both. Both.
Wow, someone just snap folded king 9 out of the small blind there. King 9 suited.
The same suit variety, huh?
It's a big fucking hand. Excuse me, that's a big hand. No profanity on stream.
It's a gigantic one.
Fold.
Look at all those hundreds flying around on screen.
Half of them were yours,
Yeah,
Tallow.
that's what I was just thinking. That looks like what happened to my money. Just floating off into the ethersphere.
Raise. 350.
Gonna vacuum to Saya's stack probably eventually, some way, somehow, someplace.
It's not giving Holiday a lot of credit.
Call. Thank you.
She can hold on to him. I have faith.
Do you mind just putting that just 1 second?
Yeah.
Take it off. And, like,
Okay. $225.
Ludo gonna take the
900.
initiative here with his gut shot.
900.
Wow,
And Chu popping it up with the queen 9 off. This is the type of spot where if we had one club on the board, we'd almost certainly be calling here, even with just a 5-high gutter. But our lack of backdoor equity and the presence of another flush draw really hurt this sort of hand.
Fold.
How do you approach a player who's going to be check raising you at dust? Are you not C betting? I mean, the easy thing is probably in play, probably not C betting as high as a frequency as I should. Maybe tone it down a few percents.
Yeah, if we're in position on a player like that, we want to just skew our checking range to have a little bit more value. Because normally a player who's going to be making a move like check raising queen 9 high on a board like that is also going to be barreling on the turn at too high of a frequency once we've checked back. So just including a few stronger hands in our check back range can really help protect against somebody like that.
Raise.
Raise. 1,000.
Leaning towards being a little bit more polar when we do bet there. So betting with our complete air that we don't mind folding, and then betting with hands that can bet call.
Fold.
Poker gods rewarding Jew after his aggressive play. Gonna give him a real hand, some sugar.
Holiday. Different vibe than yesterday, huh?
Randall Emmett was in the
Maybe
game
you can talk
yesterday.
like,
A lot of antics, table
There's
talk.
nobody that talks a lot on the table.
Huh?
There's nobody that
Randall
talks a lot
Emmett
on the
is a
table.
character.
Yesterday there were multiple people
Yeah.
talk a lot.
Talk a lot.
That was a loud game yesterday.
Yeah, really, really.
What game you guys are playing? Same game?
25-50.
Drink
What's the-
water.
There was Randall
I shouldn't
Randall
have put him off the
talks a lot,
stack.
and
And then
Harry.
Lin talks
They
a
need
lot,
someone in
and
there
Lin
talking.
talks a lot.
Yeah, and
The
Harry
three of
too.
them. Harry talks a lot too?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like,
Fold.
it was wild.
300.
Flowers though? I mean,
Huh?
No flowers yet.
So out of the last 3 times Saya's played, 2 out of 3, 2/3 of the time
Today
she gets
1100.
flowers.
Fold.
Today
We
is
should do a
quiet.
prop bet if she gets flowers today.
Today's quiet.
Fold.
Do we know who they're from?
We have no clue.
Wait, somebody's just been. She doesn't know.
I mean,
Someone's
a
just.
bunch. Like, it's not even a dozen. It's like 24 huge vases. Probably like $200 worth of roses.
But she doesn't know who they're from.
We cannot figure it out.
Wow.
Is it you?
Yes, sir?
No, I didn't.
Clearly,
but
yes.
I saw the lineup.
Well, I don't know. All options are on the table. Like the raise,
I'll tell you
call,
one
or
thing right
fold
now,
option.
JJ. If we do a prop bet and on the side she's getting them, it sure as hell gonna be me today.
Randall, the
Gotta make my money
the
back somewhere. I'm not above scamming
TV
this prop bet.
producer.
Oh, okay.
So really, really.
Yeah, he talks.
Did you mind or no?
1-800-flowers.com on my phone, ready to go.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is a solid one.
I'm quiet.
I pay
Raise to 300.
the extra pricing for my wife just so I don't forget for all the holidays that she likes flowers on.
You have it pre-booked?
No, not pre-booked, but I have the app and I'm ready to book it at any like 2 weeks in advance.
Strong.
She's getting them.
Very
Raise.
strong.
Yeah.
1,000.
I saw Lin keep stacking him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here we go. Round 3. Double H versus Chu, and Ju here to give some action with the King 10. And although this is a loose play by Ju, this is quite the smaller game. Last week, Ju was playing 1-2 straddle 4. So Ju is here, and he's going to give some action. He knows he can play more fundamentally sound, no doubt. I played with Ju over the years. But he's here to cause some chaos and play a lot of hands.
Definitely going to keep him around for 500 here. Hand that has a lot of backdoor equity. Has the overcard. Very safe turn here for 10s. Even picking up equity on the rare occasion we are behind. Gonna slow down. Feels like his hand can play a check call now. And Ju gonna turn his 10 into a little bit of a blocker bluff.
C3 Wayne?
Hi. Nice to meet you.
See this a lot. Float with a mediocre holding. Pick up some of your backdoor equity. Turn your hand into a bluff on the turn. It's certainly not going to work for one street here. River will be the inflection point in this hand. We'll see what happens. Whoa! Whoa! That's a wild fold, JJ. I was not expecting that. 2/3 pot on the turn after check, call, and flop. And we just muck the 2 10s there.
And Ju, you can see now, he had some ideas for that hand when he makes that loose call pre-flop.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched that much of Ju, but we have seen enough to pretty definitively say that can't really be check folding 2 10s to him in a spot like that.
Fold. Fold. $300.
All the bluffs seem to be working in this game, JJ. Just don't run into top trips and you'll be fine.
I mean, give yourself a little credit. I mean, she tanked with trips. So if she was weaker, she's folding.
I enjoy making fun of my line too much. Played one hand, punched off a buy-in. Sounds like a classic PLL player in an no limit game.
Yeah, we accept PLO players and tournament players in 10, 20, 40 invite game that I host
I'll take
here.
a water. Yeah, I just landed. Okay.
Come on, come on.
It wasn't much.
Clearly, I need to practice. When is that game?
Trackers.
It varies.
Did you see that?
Twice a week, though. If you want, you'll be on the list.
This is crazy. I get on the phone and say, "Hey man, what are you doing?" I say 9:50 a.m. not p.m.
Ju once again just getting completely out of line here. Raising up with the 3 high flush draw on a paired board, ace high.
All blockers should be treated equally, and there is that 3
Wow.
blocker.
And gets there, drills it on the river. See if he tries to go for some extremely thin value here. Can't imagine he will.
No club. Club.
Checks it back. It's going to show down the queen 3 offsuit. HH is going to wonder what happened in this hand.
Yeah, he's going to probably start thinking about the last hand, correct?
Yep.
How you doing, sir? Welcome to the game.
How are you, my man? I'm Don.
What's your name?
Don.
Don?
Yes.
D-O-N, right?
Yes.
And that is Don.
30. Hi.
30,000.
Welcome, Don.
Hi. How are you?
You were.
Oh, see,
There's
there's a real man right there.
Chinese?
Sits down, buys in for 30,000. None
Mom's
of
a
this
Chinese.
100 big
but
blind
that's
shenanigans that I was
Oh,
trying to
you
do.
you don't.
Half
yeah,
and
you
a
don't
half.
look. You don't look 100% Chinese.
Yeah.
Japanese?
No,
I'll know
half
for next
Chinese,
time,
half
JJ.
Vietnamese.
Come to the commentary booth, armed and ready to go.
Alright, so you get 5 time chips, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And just scan your hand on this box there. So if you want to slide a little bit, that's good.
Don buys in for a cool
And the straddle is on, so we're playing a
30 rack.
straddle, okay?
No problem.
Maybe you should keep the straddle.
I was straddling before.
Will you straddle again?
Yeah, because he took the big blind now. So it's, yep. You did it twice. Lucky day.
Have you seen Don before? Is that a player you're familiar with, or first time?
First time.
Fold.
Wayne told me
Call.
that there was, me and Wayne,
Great.
we chat
Raise 500.
probably more than anyone. Chat
Fold.
close to my, he's second most person I chat with, closest to my wife, I'll tell you that much. Wayne and I are always in interaction because of this game, and I still help him with some ideas, although he is the producer of the lineups. Yeah, me and him are just boys, and he told me the lineup and said there's a new player named Don. Usually I know everybody in these games, or I've played with most of the players. Queen 5-4.
Yeah, came in with a limp here from the hijack with the ace-5 suited. Limping in the straddle pot. Not my favorite line, but...
Check.
You know you're going to hit 2-pair versus an
Yeah,
aggressive
and
player.
size pops it up on the button here, so I do expect her to continue bluffing with this hand. Ace, very good for her range here. Is a card she can credibly represent.
Raise 5,000.
And Dawn's going to get in the check raise here with aces up. Should put an end to this hand.
Fold.
Score 1 for Don. Sit down. Win a pot.
All right, play selection pot. So
The last guy in C4 couldn't accomplish that one.
No, that's true. I actually vacated my seat without a single hand one. I'm not sure if I've ever played a poker session before without winning a hand.
On the selection,
Now
it's
that
in
I think about it.
you like on the side.
Siono wearing her heart on her sleeve there. A little bit of frustration there. Nobody likes, when I first started playing poker, nobody likes to get check raised. Nobody likes to be 3-bet too much. And Sia's still wearing that on her sleeve. And what that tells me in game when someone's like that, it just means that they're ultra competitive.
I actually love to see that. I was having a conversation with someone last night talking about how players sometimes idolize other pros at the table.
I have a heart, so fold, no
Not going
diamonds,
to
no
mention
call.
anything specifically, but there was a situation going on where one player was playing another pro that he respected and had watched for a long time and was trying to talk to him about his favorite hands, engage him in that way. And I think there's a time and place for that, but if you're going to be someone's competitor on the felt playing in the same game as them, healthy respect is one thing, but you really should always have that competitive edge if you're going to be in a game like this. And I think respecting someone too much can potentially be a negative.
And here we have another double board bomb pot. I wish we can plug away at names here. I want to know the full scoop of who was playing in that PLO game. Holiday with 2 kings. She knows, or she assumes that she's pretty good on one board.
So this is the type of hand, the opposite of what we talked about last time, right? Where a hand has potential for value on both boards, and we want to keep players in. Here, we're very obviously only ever winning half of the pot, and we want to do everything we can to deny equity to whoever's going to win the top half of the board. The other scenario is if we can keep this 3-handed and have the 2 other players fight for the top half, well, we win the bottom half, it's great, but our hand isn't invulnerable, right? If this was kings with the king of spades, we don't really want to give that good price on the bottom board for someone to get there, so I really expect Sia to try to price people out on the turn.
Texas, right? What is that? They have a triple board
2,400.
on the bomb pot. Is it true? Then if some the smallest one, they burn the
Interesting line by Sia because she just went for the check call, now lead.
They have the bomb pot. and
Bomb
they
It's
burn
not
it.
that her hand improved in any equity on the top, but she still has the 6 high flush on the bottom.
No burn.
No lead, right? I think she's in...
No burn.
Oh, she's she's in the
Yeah.
cutoff.
I think so,
Okay,
Yeah.
Triple
that
board,
makes a
then
lot
they
more
have to-
sense.
Yeah, so it's been checked to her on the turn here, and she puts in a pretty
Then
good
the
sized
river
bet.
cut,
It's
the
crazy.
smallest one,
Multi-way.
if like
I would
the
have
river
probably
is
sized
cheap
up a touch
on
more
one
here,
of the
gone
board,
closer to pot
they
just because of
disqualify the whole line. So
what
it's
we did,
only-
what we
so it's one
discussed
out of
there.
two. Is it true? Yeah.
Well, normally two
King's in a really awkward spot
Wait, so
I'm already getting
with no spade.
entire board.
The whole line. The whole,
We'll let it go.
Heads up.
So at the river, you only can
so
two boards.
yeah, and the river play 2 board out of 3. So they choose the smallest one. Like this is river 8, right? So the bottom one they scratch it.
So you only
And Henry gets there. No chance that that Sia's going to scoop this one now, as Henry's never folding. But Really curious to see what sizing Saya goes with on the river here. I feel like this is a play where we can make some massive overbets and just try to get even combinations as strong as 2 pair on the top board to fold, since we just never ever scoop with our 6 high.
How much are you slowing down because you're happy with half of the pot and you're afraid that you have nothing on the top board and you can be outflushed on the bottom? How concerned
Never.
are you? Never. You're just blasting.
I expect to hear from a larger flush by now, in almost all cases.
Huh.
So I think once I get to this spot that it's been checked to me the previous 2 streets,
What?
I think this is a great bet by Henry. For the exact same reason I talked about Saya potentially overbetting the river and wanting to see her apply max pressure on the turn. When you have a one-way hand that you are, in your head, is effectively the nuts on the board you're going to win, and do not have any showdown value on the other hand, your only goal in said hand should be to get your opponent to fold once it's heads up. That's really the only thing you should be thinking about when you're constructing this line. Bomb pots aren't played enough that we have to really respect balance or theory in these spots. We want to play these hands for max value, and that's exactly what Henry's doing here. He knows his queen is good on top, he knows he can't win the bottom, and he's going to do everything he can to generate a fold. I love it. I think for the same reason Saya should have sized up on the turn, and then again on the river. I certainly expect her to call here. This is a very uncomfortable spot, but
Alright, chop.
And Saya makes the call for a $67,550 pot that's split down the middle.
Queen booster space will be nice.
You want some deep stack poker? Well, you got it. And in a bomb pot, it gets a little wild. And there it was.
Maybe 6 if the 6 deuce went up. Wait, wrong.
So this
The
bomb
6
pot,
two
let's
is
say
the
you have
wrong
one
word.
space, does it count? You have to play
It should
two.
be like this. See?
Two cards.
It's just like hold 'em.
Yeah, just a hold 'em.
Oh, and Don's never played the double boards.
oh my! All right, you know what, JJ, you got commentary covered.
Okay, he doesn't go all in.
That's a question that makes me want to hop back in the game.
Right.
Queen high and a jack.
The 1 card can play both.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure, yeah.
We're both happy with chop.
With the beginners in the
Yeah.
double board bomb pots, I feel like they just play a lot more cautious. For the most part. But I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time.
We get some new guys coming into the PLO double board bomb pot sometimes, and it's chaos. Bomb pots really add a creative twist to a game that there's oftentimes now a lot of correct thinking to, meaning
400.
what poker players believe is correct is a little bit more defined than it used to be. But in bomb pots, that's still not the case. I would say Saya is head and shoulders a much better no limit hold'em player than I am. But I would take a pretty strong stance that I do not like how that hand was played in terms of her sizings, both on turn and river. So it is interesting. Bomb pots really add that creative wrinkle where there's a lot more to be debated than just an average hand of poker.
So you would have just took bigger sizes on turn and river. If she's in position, she would have just bet
and
pot or
I would
or
be
more.
pretty adamant that that's just necessary when we're holding the 6 high flush with the 0 equity and no draw on the other board.
The lot off.
I would go as far to say it's a significant mistake to be sizing under pot on the turn.
Yeah, much better.
Fold. Raise, 300. Call.
Tens are going to run into Jew's ace-king here. Ace-king, or Jew has been by far the most aggressive player at the table so far in the early goings.
Raise. 1500. Fold.
And players aren't crazy deep here. We do still have the straddle on, so about 150 bigs effective. But playing like a little bit less than that with the big blind ante and the third blind in play. Tens could really go either way here. I think now that HH has been exposed to some of the plays that Ju is making from Showdown, I'd be a little more tempted to put in the 4-bet with 10s.
10 seconds.
Rather than just...
4,000.
And sure enough, he does. Out of position with Ace-King off here, I think we probably, and the image that Ju has, we probably do a lot of just jamming, rather than
Yeah, how much? 7,000?
trying to play a flop with an SPR of just over 1. Out of position with Ace-King. Yeah, I think this is probably just going in.
All in.
And there goes all of it, right on
Sounds like a
cue.
deal.
Call.
How many times?
One time.
Okay.
All right. We
Good
have
luck.
all
Absolute
in.
classic
Everything
flip
good?
here.
One time. Here we go.
They said one time.
One time, apparently.
Oh my goodness.
Just a little flip for $31,000. Love to see the blood. Oh, I do believe the Ace-King has a club. Yes, sir. Still a fair fight.
And I was more asking if it was one time. You heard one time as well?
Yep.
All
I
right.
think that's what he said.
And 2
Wow.
10s for the straight.
That's it.
Double H. Double H is a PLO player, by the way.
Ooh, you love to hear it. Glad he's winning.
Ah, Double H.
How much is that?
Actually, maybe if he gets buried, he'll want to play some PLO post-stream.
He's a good dude. He, I don't know if he wants me to say what his business is exactly, but I've known him for probably the last 10 years and has a few businesses and loves to play poker and plays quite well.
11, 5.
That's the way to go. I
That's
miss being a recreational poker player sometimes, for sure.
Yeah, some of the recreational players that play on our stream, although they have businesses and stuff, man, they play pretty well. Like Double H over the years has put me in tough spots. He's battling. You see him getting his 10s in pre-flop, pretty fearless. So he did have that hiccup earlier on the stream where he did fold
10,000?
his second pair with the gutty, but can't play every hand perfectly, especially on stream. Everything's magnified. That's one of the reasons why I don't like playing on stream. I have been lately because I've been helping put together the Wednesday game, and they're my friends that play, so I want to play with them. Yep. But I don't like the extra magnifying. I like, you know, the 5 hours on stream is probably if I played 9 hours in an invite game without cameras and relaxing and not having to feel like I have to build on conversations, right?
Sure. The other side of that, though, is you could just Alan Keating when you're on stream and use it as very costly advertising, right? Build an image for yourself, show everybody how much you punt, and then when you get back in those lineups with your friends who will have inevitably watched the stream, you get to take advantage of that new image.
And we have one of my favorite people, Tallow, in the YouTube chat. I'm not sure if you've met him. He'll play in your PLO games as well. His name is Eric Hicks. He's the owner of Luna Cycles, regular on almost all of our Fridays that are bigger. Have you watched his YouTube
I
highlights?
have, no, but I do know who that is. I've seen him on some of the streams.
Yeah.
I can picture Eric in my head. Seems like a fun guy to have at the table for sure.
One of the nicest and most genuine people I know in the poker world. So, buddy of mine. I'd rather him be on the felt today than me talking to him through YouTube, but we'll get what we can.
I appreciate you letting me know these guys who are potentially interested in PLO. I would love to see LA get a bigger PLO game going somewhere, some point, sometime.
You should just host a game here once a week, and I can give you the contacts of people who like to play.
I would love to do that.
I got you, man.
It's very hard to get public PLO action anywhere these days. The games just don't run.
You just say, JJ, Wayne, help me out, send me some contacts, and I will put you in some group contacts.
Let's do it. If you're out there listening, reach out to JJ, reach out to me, Tallow Poker. We're going to try to maybe put together a consistent once a week, probably a 25, 50. Every once in a while, we'll get the $100 straddle going PLO game.
So Eric Hicks is going to double down on what you said as Alan Keating being advertisement on streams. And this is what I've heard. He plays just as crazy off stream, and he can confirm it. He was playing a lot of those Bellagio huge games over the summer with him. It's just a rich man who loves to gamble, huh? Mr. Keating?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't understand his full story. I thought he was some people tell me he was like a professional poker player at one point, and
I don't know how much of it is public. My understanding is that he has made most of his money from poker, and it was around the Dan Blazarian games. So he was a mainstay in those games, and was one of the big winners over time in a lot of the games that Dan had put together.
Gotcha.
Interesting and deceptive check back here from HH on the turn, giving Saya a lot of rope on this river. Now here with 6 high is probably going to feel like she's obligated to put in a bet. And then just a snap call. Saya sort of rolls her eyes, toss her cards in the muck. Nice little check back by HH on the turn, extracting a river bluff out of Saya.
Thank you.
Chris Russo asked Eric, are the chips at the bike wider than normal? And I can answer that question. No, we were having issues with the first $100 replacement black chips, which were only going to be temporary, but I heard at first Tallow they were going to only be like 2 weeks. But we had like these slippery black chips for almost 2 or 3 months. And you couldn't stack them in higher than 20 or 20 to like 30, or they would just like melt and slip. It was terrible, but we got that under control. Mr. Park, the owner of the Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. My favorite place to play, by the way. I'm not just selling it. It is. It's probably the only place. I played somewhere else twice this year. And yeah, got it all under controls. Chips are beautiful. I love the new chips here on Bicycle. It's like a new chip set.
It's pretty important. Chip quality is underrated for game quality. You really, I know the type of chip you're talking about where you can't stack it up. They all just slide off each other.
Terrible.
Very frustrating.
No sugar for me.
Yeah. Ice latte?
Ice latte?
Dutre asking if anyone's called off their stack with Jack high yet. No, but I did make a brief appearance on stream and punted mine off with 10 high. So I tried. We got close.
Hold. 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 Raise. Raise. 300. Re-raise. 1300.
Uh-oh. Potential disaster brewing for HH's newly doubled up stack. Saya putting in her standard 3-bet that she does a few times in orbit. And that's going to get the attention of HH's queens, who's going to put in the 4-bet again. This time with a real holding. I would be pretty surprised to see Saya slow player here. We just saw HH call off for about 150 bigs effective with 10s.
10 seconds.
Saya's table image will let her get action a little bit wider than most players would.
6,000.
Re-raise. 6,000.
Wow, tiny raise here. Out of position. This is interesting. 4 bets and 5 bets you can certainly size down, but usually out of position, you're still going to size up a little bit more than this. This is now 6,000 over the top of the $3,200.
All in.
Whoa! And HH snap champs, and Saya's going to take a second. She's never folding kings here. Not with her image. Just really impossible. If they have aces, you're going to pause for a few seconds, be annoyed about it, sigh, and just click call. This is some torture for HH here, though, who thinks he's probably good or against ace king.
All in.
You have aces?
No, kings are good.
You have kings.
You have kings?
You have kings.
I don't have.
I have kings. Yeah, I have kings. That's right.
Okay.
That was some confusing stuff going on.
A slightly odd exchange. HH hearing kings just maybe he's just a one-time every-time guy. But those chips that he just picked up from Ju are in serious jeopardy here with one queen already dead. Looking for a 1-outer.
Oh, is that you?
No. You'll find out soon.
HH not giving anything away.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
HH. Bladed. And you see a sense of pause from Saya. She knows that 6-bet all in is
Might give you
probably
some-
really strong and just hoping to fade.
Okay.
those
That's 7, right?
aces,
That's
those
7.
angels at number
Oh,
1.
yeah.
That's pretty much how that goes every time,
Okay,
right?
I'll
You
take
face
this,
the
that's
huge
7, I'll
all-in
give you
jam.
3
What,
yellow,
what was that, a
now you give me
6
10.
bet all-in jam? You've got kings. You know you're going to call, but you still want to take a second,
Thank you.
emotionally go through the, man, if he has aces here, this is a really shitty spot for me, and then eventually find the mandatory call.
You just say, row, GG.
Yeah, it feels better if they do have aces when you take 20 or
I
30
actually thought
seconds
that's
to
what
get
you
your
had.
chips in there. You know, if you're
Spraying
going to
no
give
ace.
away 31,000 in a massive cooler, you want to at least get something out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got this, right? Thank you, everyone. Good luck.
When he took a little long, I was like, maybe she doesn't.
I thought you had a lot of confidence. I really considered that you had aces, and I was like, I can't fold this.
And here's a scoreboard. I don't want to
Yeah.
talk too much over Saya's thought process, so we'll try to jive with it.
I didn't even use a time extension.
Honestly,
I made my decision.
after like 15 seconds, I'm like, no way, she has kings.
I tanked for like 14 seconds.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, I'm ahead of my queen.
Not that long.
And the cumulative winning Saya now big winner up 28,000. Holiday up 5.
I don't get away.
A few others in the green. Now Ju
Like the AC blows
and
straight
HH,
at
the
me.
big spenders. Ju down 25,000. Double H down $15,000.
Yeah, I'll probably
We are playing 25.50 with a $50 big blind ante and a straddle of 100 for the most part. I am JJ De La Garza. I'm here with Pialo expert Tallow. And if you haven't just yet, kindly smash that thumbs up button. There's about 500 of you in YouTube chat. I'll give you guys some shout outs in a quick second. We are streaming live from the Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. And we are 3 likes away from 100 likes. So smash that like button, help us boost the YouTube algorithm. Thank you, whoever does it right now.
Yeah, come on, chat. You got 417 people voting in the poll and only 97 people clicking the like button. Like button is what these streams need to survive. Putting out the free content. You want to keep the content free. I know you all get tired of hearing the commentators ask. Trust me, I'm at home on the couch sometimes watching these streams. I get tired of it, but it's the only way to keep these shows going.
Yeah, I give them some sort of trade-off, though, Tallow. I'll be like, all right, shout-out time. Smash the like button. What's up, Vic Holcomb, Slag, Silva Coast, Sebastian's Law Firm one more time. But that's the last time, Sebastian, you hear me. Smokey, Eric Hicks, my guy. Michael Schultz as well. I gave you already a few shout-outs. Propion, Chris Russo. And let's get back to the action as 6-4 whiffs. And
okay, river, no queen.
Don picks up 2 pair. Or a full house now on this river.
Real awkward spot for 6-4 here.
I usually suck out.
Ludo does decide to just
I usually
completely
get
shut it
sucked
down.
out on,
Probably.
So you were supposed to win that.
Good play.
Maybe today's.
They're a good match for each other.
Well, I don't play it often.
Say if I was being brutally honest about my poker game, JJ, that's probably my still biggest leak, is not giving up enough.
No kidding. You don't say.
Yep. I can't think of any recent examples of that happening. If I do, I'll let you know, but just in general, overall, as a generalized statement about my game, yeah. Find myself just not giving up enough.
Thank you.
Eric
This
Dominguez
one's
saying
mine.
he
That's
always gives
anything
likes on
else?
every stream. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Holy Sheep in
you.
the Twitch chat asking if that's Sean D dealing. I don't see any burger grease on the card, so probably not.
Wow.
Unnecessary shot
Wow.
fired there, just really for no reason.
I don't know who's like getting more bang bang there, Sean or Michael. I gotta say our dealer Michael by far is getting the short end of the stick on that one. So sorry, Michael.
No, Michael's great. Actually, Michael's who was dealing when I went in. Michael seems like a great guy. I think if anything, he's being insulted by being compared to Sean Deeb.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Getting the
yeah.
short end of the stick.
Yeah. Gotcha. Oh, I thought you were referencing my comment. I'm caught up now, JJ.
Ace 10-8.
Appreciate the explanation. I'll get there.
I could see the loss in translations. Both of us lacking sleep, both for 2 different reasons. Though.
Man, it was a late night last night. I had dreams of bluff catchings for hundreds of thousands of dollars with 6 high.
Like 15
Oh, and I was talking to Henry before the stream, and I told him, all right, exchange contact info, and I never sent him a text. Henry, I'll text you somewhere after the stream if you rewatch this back, or you'll get it. My bad, my man.
He was finding the strategy.
Mike
25.
Schultz in the YouTube chat. I lost 427 of my 3K stack playing PLO. My first hand. Went home and ate a gallon of ice cream last night. We all have a little demon in us. That's a phenomenal comment. I respect that entirely.
250. Hold on. You want to see it? 250.
A lot of people seem to be worried about the integrity of the game today, JJ. I can assure everyone that the card readers are working properly. No one has hacked them. However, on the off chance, if that has happened, we will know because someone will inevitably raise call off the flop with 54%, and then we will know for sure that they're cheating. That's the only way that you can unequivocally prove someone's cheating these days. So chat, as long as that doesn't happen, we're safe. This game has full integrity, intact.
Look at Saya go for this one with the 7-6 suited, right on pace.
But this is why, JJ, we could never fold the kings at Saya's seat, right? When she tanked for her 14 seconds that she talked about there, the money was always going in. When you're as an aggressive player as Saya with a table image like this, and we're dealt kings, we're just going with it.
And a shout out to David Zhao. He just says Live at the Bike still remains undefeated. And I'm not going to keep going on, but all I have to say is I've been a part of this show since 2014. I was once an owner of the show. I know the ins and outs of the show, and I trust my full team here, or I wouldn't be here. So shout out to Live at the Bike, shout out to the Bicycle for holding it down since before I started and through my entire stay while I'm still comfortably here commentating and happy to be here with you guys on another High Stakes Friday.
The web asking who won the Kings versus Queens. Saya did. Won a nice little $63,000 pot.
Six. 3 deuce. Little gutty for Jew. But he's got the aggression and position factor now. Wants to check 2. But he does elect to check. Just a good sense for Jew to know that his ace high is probably pretty good here in a lot of situations. But is now going to take maybe a, let's see what his sizing is if he's denying equity.
That does look like that's the case here. Putting in a little bit of a semi-bluff equity denial bet, if you'd like. Yep.
Every time I see someone take some awkward bet sizes, I think back to one of my favorite books when I was coming up. It was written by Beluga Whale. Andrew Seidman. And you know what he taught me, Tallow?
What's that?
I was a 1-2, 10 and 12 player on full tilt. Did quite well. But I would refer to my HUD stats a bunch and was a lot of times clicking buttons. Oh, this guy folds the C-bet a lot. I didn't know why I was clicking buttons. I was more playing a stats game while I was multi-tabling.
Yep.
Then when I got on live poker, I would click some buttons and be like, why am I doing this? So when I fell in love with that book, he taught me that there was 2 reasons for betting, and one was your value betting or your bluffing and acquire those sizes properly, and the third at the end of the book was to deny equity. So there you go. In a nutshell, you don't need to buy the book. You can support Andrew Seidman, Beluga Whale, high stakes player if you like, but I just gave you his 200-page book in 1 paragraph. That's
Seems like he needed a better editor. That's what I'm taking away from that.
It's kind of messed up that I just gave away the whole book.
Yeah. If indeed that is the whole book, that is definitely messed up.
I don't know. It's still one of my favorite poker books.
Pretty good spot here for Jack 9. This is the type of hand that you do want in your hold'em bomb pots. Top pair on one board, and then have some equity on the other with the nut gut shot and an overcard. King high heart's in an awkward spot here. You do have king high heart draw on one board, but just absolutely nothing on the other. HH lets it go.
Queen it out.
Henry with the queen 8 off decided to peel one here. With middle pair and a gutty. Does get there on the top board. But still another actually fantastic card for the Jack 9. I would once again like to see player sizing up on the turn here. Let's see. This I might have the action wrong from the flop. Maybe Henry was the aggressor. This is a pretty interesting bet by Henry. He does just that. Bets full pot, which is is the sizing I'd like to see on this hand, but not from the hand that I thought we were going to see it from.
No regular game. Nothing.
Check jam here would be disgusting.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know if Holiday. I shouldn't say, because Holiday has pulled the trigger on other streams.
Saya has games.
I think one of the problems with check calling here is we're going to end up doing a lot of guessing out of position on the river.
I have a game.
Which is going to, we're just going to be in a lot of very uncomfortable spots.
Here.
Oh, it's a bike?
At the Legends room. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What do we do facing pot for a second time now with our one pair on one board and jack high on the other?
Yesterday I come out. I normally come out and fly home after the game. I had things to do, but I had a regular game because just come out and just play this. It's not worth it. It's only a couple of hours.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a game tomorrow.
You do? What time?
3 o'clock, 3 p.m.
Oh, okay. And not at this room though.
No.
Ooh,
There is
Henry
another
lets her
room
off the hook and
for
checks it back here.
high-stakes
I think that's fine. He has
no.
plenty of showdown
There's
value.
a casino too?
Not
it's
sure
a
if we
casino,
really
yeah.
need to
Okay.
turn queen 8 into a bluff.
Yeah, it belongs to the
Or
bike.
a
It's a
weird
bike
sort of mergey
thing.
bluff
It's a bike
on the river here.
basically high stakes room. They have like higher stakes game, you know.
Oh, okay. What y'all playing? Like?
We're gonna play 50, 100 with 100 ante.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Started at 3. Huh? I might stay finish the game tomorrow and go home.
Oh yeah.
Is it they accept this chip here? Because I wired in this.
These chips, yeah.
Oh,
The
okay.
same chips.
Oh, okay. Well,
It
then
is
no.
at the bike. Yeah.
Okay.
Saya talking about a game potentially after the stream, it sounds like. Oh, Veronica in the chat.
Look, he told me he'd be
Veronica,
here.
how's
He
it going?
didn't show up. He said he missed a flight.
If you want, you can play tomorrow. 3 o'clock. You're gonna be here?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, come.
What's me first? I don't know where I thought.
Once again, we are playing 25.50 with a $50 big blind and a $100 straddle. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful Friday, and I wish you a good weekend. We are streaming till 8 o'clock today. Got about another 3 hours and a half. King, queen, queen. In a limp pot. Don limping with the new variant of ace king to the younger generation, the ace 5 suited. Can make some flushes and straights. Your generation, my generation, we still like ace queen for some reason, even though it never wins.
125.
Holiday with a small little bluff here on the river. After no one's shown much of anything, we'll see if Don can pick this off with his ace high. And he does. Tosses in chip.
Don may be a Don.
He might be. We'll find out. So what makes poker such just an incredible game, right? Somebody that neither of us, been around poker for a while, seen a lot of high stakes cash, heard of, seen, anything, just walks into the casino, sits down with 30,000 in front of him, and goes to battle. Not going to find that at the highest level of many other sports, activities, whatever it is.
Where my last one?
25. Fold. Fold.
Raise.
900.
HH now taking his turn with ace king. Looks like the round of straddles is currently over. So 3 bets it up to 900. He's going to get looked up by Dawn on the button. Queen 4, Queen 8 of hearts. Not the worst flop for Queen 8 of hearts. Once again, 2 overs and some backdoor stuff. Probably going to be pretty tempted to peel here, depending on the sizing that HH goes with. Certainly for this quarter pot sizing, we're going to be taking one off in position, or not. Just going to let it go. Not a huge fan of that. If we are going to be calling Queen 8 against a 3-bet, probably want to be using our position to float flops like that, where we can both turn a lot of equity and even turn some decent made hands.
Lefty comes back in time.
Saya once again, popping it up with a 3-bet.
What was that?
Meaty sizing here out of the small blinds. Just under 5x.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean,
Yep, especially multi-way.
30.
I would think the standard is something like 3.7. You add an extra call to that. So
And HH looks like he's going the aggressive route once again with his 10s. Putting in a 4-bet. This is the 3rd time in maybe, what was it, about 10, 15 hands that we've seen HH get in with a 4-bet. 10s twice, queens once.
I'm starting to think I know what his favorite hand is.
Saya's going to peel here with the ace-10 suited out of position. Oh my. Well, that's a flop for ace-10. 10-10 with the 10 of spades is in a little bit of a weird spot here, right? Our hands can't beat almost anything at this point, but does have phenomenal blocker potential. Ooh, that is an ugly turn, JJ. It is going to be very hard for us to put our opponent on ace-10 when we're holding 2 10s in our hand. And she's 3-bet called pre-flop. Not impossible, but very, very hard.
Yeah, that's
SPR is just under 1.5. This is ugly.
yeah, and a 4-bet pot. Double H is just thinking of Vegas and the F in Mirage and hoping Saya has a set. Or something like, yeah, set to call off or some sort of 2-pair. And here he gets the Ultra Blade for his stack.
Poker's a cruel game sometimes. I can pretty confidently say that HH hasn't really made a mistake yet, and he's going to be down a little over 30,000.
From what I've heard, the poker gods are not fair.
Any aces on the river, JJ.
And a time chip extension.
Come on.
HH.
And then all of it moment.
Raise them.
Once, twice.
Twice.
I asked him to choose.
Once, right?
Double H. I don't know
Wow,
when
Saya
Saya's going
just
to get
snaps
the
it
point.
over this time.
Saya, I don't know when you're going to get the point.
Yeah, he goes once.
Nice bluff for you.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
No way.
Saya,
Wow.
Saya goes, oh shit, and HH goes, no way.
Let me go get chips. Unlucky. Unlucky.
That is a
Last hand he made it.
brutal way to start the session.
Or if you want, you can.
Make the 10 was your king, now the 10 got in trouble.
Yeah, S10 better than S king. Nice one.
Only about
Thank
an
you.
hour and a half into play, and he's been hit with 2 extremely cold deck coolers.
You can buy it. Buy the, well,
You got two bad beats.
Make sure you guys check out habosauce.com.
Yeah, two space.
That hand, Tallow,
She
is
in a great
almost as
shape.
spicy
Oh, no.
as our proud sponsor, Habo Sauce. Make sure you guys check them out. Habo
Hey,
Hot
you're
Sauce.
That hand would certainly make me cry like some hot sauces
Can
would.
have
That's
a
for
friend
sure.
here? Yes. Hello. On the trip?
We've all been there where we really excited to go playing a fun lineup, taking maybe a shot or playing it, you know, what would be considered good stakes for our bankroll. Get there, game looks great. You win your first, you know, big pot. You're up a nice chunk early, and then the wheels just fall off. That's, I think, for whatever reason, as a poker player, when you're up early and then the wheels fall off afterwards, it just feels that much worse, right? You feel like, well, I already had a potential win in this session, and now I am absolutely buried. It's going to be even harder to spin it back up. Never, ever a fun spot to be in.
I think I know where Double H is at. I know that sound. King 6 deuce. Rainbow. Henry with that 6 and a backdoor flush draw. Turn is a 9. Sorry, Sayo with a 6. And Ludo is going to press forward with his gutty.
Nice bet by Ludo. Takes the initiative and gets it done.
Actually 50-50 and 50-50. Because he got up on his blind.
So two big blinds.
Okay.
2 big blinds, yeah. And then 25 on the button.
What do I do?
50-50. Yeah, you're still in the same position. It's just too big. 50 more? Yeah. Next hand too small. And then
Once
after
again,
that,
if you are hopping in and out today, perhaps going for a walk or going to dinner with a loved one or watching something else today, make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button. As the big hands roll through, I am timestamping them, me and Tallow. So if you could, please smash the like button. It means a lot to us. Boosts our YouTube algorithm. And in turn, we will hook you up
Oh,
with some timestamps.
51.
So some of those coolers that Double H ran into and Saya running good and that crazy double word bomb pot, all time-stamped for you. We are playing 25-50, $50 big blind ante with a $100 straddle. I am JJ De La Garza, your resident commentator for most high-stakes games. When I'm not busy dealing with a newborn at home. So shout out to you guys. I'm feeling frisky. And some shout outs. What's up, Michael Schultz? Silv Coast.
25.
Pro Peon. David Sanchez. Howdy, David Zhao.
Yeah, he did.
And
She let me have it.
Drake Eastwood.
I feel bad for him.
She felt bad for me.
He's got 25. He straddled in for 200. Fold, action.
Is it 200?
Yeah.
6.
Raise 6.
Okay.
23. Fold. Fold.
You win.
Fold. 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 Blinds go back to normal.
And if you guys want to catch up on some streams, yesterday's 2550 had Randall Emmett, Lin G, and Lin Lin for some of the fan favorites. And then the Wednesday stream was a 10-20-40. If you would like to know if I can put some of my commentating skills in fruition on the felt, which is a lot tougher with the lights, the pressure, I try to. do my best. We played a 10, 20, 40. It's up for you guys. If you guys need some extra content this weekend. King 8-8. What a flop. And what a holiday it is for her. Perhaps Christmas. Although neither of her opponents have anything, she's going to have to hope that Dawn is going to blast. Or this will end shortly. So far, Christmas Eve. For holiday, turn jack. 6-5, pure dust now. Throws in the check. Trap set. And Don, the king, will not fall for that one as he checks it.
Holiday just trying to figure out if there's any sizing that can get called by a jack here. Wow. And out of nowhere somehow induces this raise with that small river sizing. This is quite an interesting line taken by Dawn here. Maybe it's something about that seat, JJ. You just sit in that seat, you start hating money and want to give it to Holiday.
Yeah, I know a guy that sat there earlier.
Yeah.
I just want to go back to somewhat of the beginning of the stream. They took a low suited hand at the time.
All in?
Oh, and she goes for all of it, hoping that Dawn is bladed here with pocket threes.
And Dawn's in the tank here with the 6 high. No problem. Get some value out of that 2700 that we've lit on fire. Enjoy the time on camera before letting it go, and there it goes.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not bluffing once in a while on stream, or you living life right,
Texas
you know.
too?
Yeah.
You know,
Bluffing this.
I played on Wednesday. I 4-bet,
Nice.
and I got jacks to fold.
It'll be on TV.
Pre-flop.
No, on the flop.
I believe it.
Okay.
All right, I'll go more in detail. I
Let's go
raised
from Texas
early
to
position. Dr. H 3-bets later position.
Dallas?
Jared
Oh,
Greiner,
You playing Stephen game?
tournament beast. I don't know if you know who he is. His final table like 5 WPTs in LA, and like out of 8 of them, over the last 8.
I know him.
Super good.
Cold calls.
I lost every time.
I'm like,
I lost
hopefully
80
Dr. H
already.
is a little out of line. I know that Jared is pretty capped there, because why wouldn't he
Crazy.
4-bet his good
Yeah.
ones? I'm hoping.
Mm-hmm.
I put in the 4, repping my tight image.
You got ace-4 suited here or
I
something?
slap at his
I have ace
hell
queen.
after I play.
Oh,
then I go
okay. So
home
you got a
and
real
play.
hand.
Yeah, but I know Jared has me
Game
beat.
runner, he just got you out there and got
Most likely. Doctor, Jared calls.
Yeah, they
4
had a
comes
really
out.
good, hold-up
4
game.
deuce 3, and I got the gutty and some equity.
We
So
run game for like 24 hours.
I make it a sizing where I'm going to call off the rest.
I
And
normally
both of them
drive
fold, and Jared
in,
folds
it
jacks.
takes me
Puts me
about
on,
5
puts me on the
hours,
bullets.
and, I got there.
Good pressure.
We started like
I don't think I would generate that same fold. That's where image is very important.
And the next day.
6, 3, 4. Yeah, sometimes you got to get trigger happy.
Nice little flop here for 6-4 offsuit by HH and out of the third blind, which I guess I think in this game is just a straddle because it's been playing mostly as a 2-blind game. Saya with the 2 overs, the flush draw, certainly not going to go anywhere. We'll see how she chooses to approach this spot. Holiday floating here with King Jack off and a player behind. Ill-advised.
22.
And Sai will pop it up. And HH going to choose to flat here and hope for a safe turn. Maybe a little gun shy from the coolers he's experienced so far. Can get you to play a little bit more cautiously. But I also don't hate this line. He is in position, I believe, on Saya, right? He's in the third blind and Saya out of the effective big blind here. So flatten and wait for a safe turn seems fine. But, man, when it's your day, it's your day. No waiting around. Saya gets there immediately on the turn.
Yeah, and like you said, when you're running bad and that card gets it for straights and flushes.
Wow. HH frustrated, but making a very strong just snap fold here. Realizing that he can no longer beat anything Sai is representing, and just lets it go. After losing 2 pretty sick coolers, that's a nice disciplined fold.
Fold. Fold. Fold. 300. Fold. 300. Fold. 15. Fold.
Henry taking it down pre-flop with his 3-bet with the king-jack suited.
Fold. Call. Fold.
Oh,
Fold. Fold. Six. Fold. Call. Heads up.
Nine. Henry called in the 9. Don with some backdoor opportunities. He's gonna make a light call, hoping to see a diamond or some sort of straining card. Jack on the turn. Henry does not love it. The front door flush just smashed.
1,000. Fold.
Don didn't want to go once again with that 6-5. It did not possess him any luck last time, so why not? Just give it up.
Mitch Hecht in chat, YouTube chat, saying I've never had a successful 3-bet pre. You're not trying hard enough. Just keep clicking that button.
Fold. 3. Fold. Fold. Call. Fold. Fold. Heads up.
And this is a very intense game. Almost no table talk at this table as Holiday whiffs this flop and Henry flops top pair and Holiday snap checks it back. A spot where I'm at least debating on whether to c-bet. Turn is a7.
7.
Yeah.
Henry will lead out the turn here. This is pretty standard, but you're right. I commented on that in my brief appearance on stream that the table was very, very quiet when I got there. I think one of the players mentioned maybe a little bit of PTSD from Randall Emmett yesterday, but also could just be a very intense game.
Call.
And Holiday facing that big bulky sizing 700 into 800. River is in 8.
You played yesterday, right?
Yeah.
The one? Yeah. And then Even.
Henry betting over the size of the pot, hoping that Holiday has any sort of
I was winning.
bluff catcher. Holiday gives it up. We are playing a structure of 25-50 with a $50 big blind ante. However, the straddle's been on the whole game.
L, L1.
L1 love.
L, yeah, you want 18.
18. Nice.
You play a lot here?
Fold.
I use it once a week.
Fold. Fold.
They have a sit.
300.
If they got a sit, then I don't mind playing. Yeah.
Call.
Call. Call.
Couple pocket pairs squaring off with Don 7-6. Seems to like these small connectors.
Check.
Check.
Everybody with a small pair now on this double Broadway texture.
5.
Aggression probably going to be enough to get it done here by Henry with coincidentally the best hand.
Check. Down. Call.
Don has gotten pretty sticky in some spots here, trying to take his 7 to showdown. Does so successfully, but will not improve to beat the 8s of Henry.
Siono,
Fold.
top cash game player in Los Angeles, has just been running red hot today. Bought him for 50,000 and now doubled up her stack to 100.
Call. Call.
Not too many people that play poker can say that. I doubled up my 50,000 to 6 figures, all under 2 hours.
Yeah, not a bad hourly so far for her in this game.
King 10, 7. 7 for Holiday. She has 92% equity. How do you feel about probing third pair after the flop check through? You do have the ace high to go along with it.
Judge, I'm going to be honest, I have no strong feelings on probing third pair after the flop is checked through 4 ways. Could take it or leave it. Like to have a club in my hand if I'm betting into the field there most of the time, just to block a few additional continues, but not that big of a deal in Hold'em.
Fold. 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 300.
Impressed that HH has fully kept his composure here in this game. It's easier said than done when you run into 2 hands like that.
Yeah, for sure. And like what I stated earlier in the stream, he's just like a guy who plays really good, recreational player, but to me, he's like a semi-professional poker player. He plays very well, can mix it up as well. Loves the double boards, loves the PLO. Just a smart dude and just been playing poker probably the last 15 years.
Alright, buddy. Thank you.
And keep your eyes peeled. Here are the cumulative winnings. The V-pips. Those of you online wizards, which I know there's at least a few of you in there, like the Tallows at home.
In poker house.
Here are the V-pips. much stats that you care about. Everyone in the neck of the woods between 38 to 31% equity. No nits on this table. Cumulative winning Saya, as we stated before, $48,000. Holiday, Henry, and Ludo are in the green as well. And Double H and Ju, the two big spenders, as Don making his live at the bike debut. Small spender at the moment.
For you.
JJ, talking about double boards, we had some come up recently. I want to get your thoughts on this idea. So, for the double board bomb pod games that I've been playing that are PLO, thinking keep it double board, but instead of starting the betting on the flop, just play it like a normal hand, so that you don't get here with all these, you know, any random 4-card type stuff. Play double board, but play the full hand as double board, so normal pre-flop action, where you actually can sort of put players on ranges.
Hey, man. You are going to be the man of the hour when the PLO games come up in a few weeks. You want to name some orbits with your game style? Or new structure, I should say. Feel free.
I think it's an interesting idea. I think
you're joking.
Yeah.
could lead to some very interesting
fucking
situations.
What's going on? Yeah, that's me. No.
And there they are, JJ. You called it earlier. Looks like about 24 roses have been delivered to the high stakes room here at.
That's more than 24, I think, man.
I'll check.
That looked like 48.
1500.
Really?
I don't know, but I'm about to take them home.
Who it is.
Because Saya's not going to take them
Hold
home.
on, before we get another angle at JJ, I'll bet you that's 24 or under
I literally have
roses
zero clue who it is.
before we see it again on camera. Any takers?
You
No.
think?
That's what happens. I'm buried in the game. I'm just trying to get action on anything I can.
Last time she received three times.
Yeah.
No name there.
I'm buried with you.
3 flowers?
Yeah.
Wow.
Let me
It's
go
only
look at the
the-
card. Let me see what it says.
Yeah, let's see if there's like an encryption and we can figure
So
it out.
explain this. So when she's on live at the bike, someone is
probably better.
continually sending her flowers, and no one knows who it is.
Nobody.
Is there like clues that are coming along with the flowers?
Not that I know of.
Must be
Someone
Someone been
Please.
leaving breadcrumbs?
Please,
He
please.
said, I would like to take you out to dinner soon. P.S. Good luck all in. Maybe he was look.
Oh my
What?
gosh, I think I know who it is.
What? Sorry.
The show you haven't even started yet, right? Just
JJ, if you say Wayne,
I would put Wayne at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, but he knows because.
But,
he's the only one in the room every time they get delivered.
dude, there's a guy named AJ. Plays on our shows. And he might be at the top of my list for, you know, might be sending those flowers. And see, AJ, I know he has a little crush on Saya. I don't know if Saya knows, but she's going to know now.
Outed right here, right now.
And-
That's
and-
you know, I appreciate you outing him because Poker World's been a little slow. We need some of that drama to stir things up, JJ.
Yeah,
Tell us the inside scoops.
Yeah. Partially,
People
I
don't
think,
have anything to talk about these days.
yeah, you know, partially I think for her beauty, but I also think this guy, who may or may not have sent the flowers, who will remain semi-nameless since I repeated it, so you can rewind if you missed it, also is attracted to her because of her poker skills. He's like, yeah, man.
100%.
He's like, you know,
Listen, if you're an up-and-coming poker player or a
Somebody
mid-level reg,
watching this.
and you want to improve your game,
It's past 3
what a
PM.
better way to do it than to think about this, right?
They also,
The hourly
uh,
coaching of a high-level
they also
player like
cited on
like
the
Saya
Stars,
would be astronomical. We're talking, you know,
Any link
300,
to
500 an
just
hour
a-
potentially,
No,
right?
but-
But you take her to a nice dinner in LA, you talk some poker, your
Definitely
total
on
bill
it.
is only going to
Also,
be
the
maybe
lab at
200,
back-
250, 300 bucks for two people. Get 2 hours worth of poker conversation in.
No phone
It's a plus
number?
EV date right there if I've ever heard one.
oh
Don't post on
man.
Instagram that
You know
that's
what?
been
I know
already
Saya
been
very
on,
well.
like, Greentown, they
She
will
probably
already
wouldn't turn
post
down the
on
poker conversation. She loves it.
There you go.
You might be onto something. Oh man. If anyone has any clues who's sending these flowers, please DM me. Please send me a message on Twitter. I'm dying here. We don't know. We joke around like every week. That's 3 out of 4 streams. Someone has sent Saya Ono, the most feared cash game player in all of Los Angeles. At least 24 roses, right?
I've got a follow-up question on that subject for you. But first, we've got Henry getting pretty out of line here with the king 4 of diamonds. This does show that he's probably been in solver land at least a little bit. This is a hand that likes to mix it up as a 3-bet bluff, according to The Sims.
King 8 deuce.
Holiday calling on the button in great shape here until the flop. And Henry's going to get a little bit more value out of this hand now. We're certainly not going to be able to just get rid of the jacks for this sizing. Would like to have a club in our hand again when we face this bet, but going to need to peel one off and evaluate turns. Someone asking in the Twitch chat, what casino is this? We are at the beautiful Bicycle Park West Hotel and Casino, Los Angeles, California. Owned by Bally's, that is correct.
Turn is an ace ball.
Man, I wish I had seen Holiday play before I ran that bluff. It is clear that she just does like to take her time in spots. And I should not have factored that into my decision making.
Oh, okay. That's a lot.
Holiday with a simple check back here has a lot of showdown value. Is ahead of some of those suited connectors, that 3-bet pre-flop.
4,000.
And most importantly here, this is the type of spot where you get the classic, can I get better to fold, can I get worse to call? And it's going to be very hard to accomplish either thing here. JJ, I am regretting my line more and more as the seconds pass, with Holiday thinking in position here.
I will help your mental game after this hand, but perhaps first we get to this hand.
I think some money went in the pot on the turn, and I'm not sure from who. It had said Henry checked, but the dealer, I believe, said 4,000, scooped up chips, and there's more money in there. So
yeah, Holiday bet the turn in position.
Interesting.
A little bit probably of a blocker bet, but it was quite bulky. It was about 40% pot. All right, this is the best advice I can give you of the day, Tallow.
Okay.
It was from a Disney movie. And there was 2 sisters singing the song, and it goes, let it go, let it go. Just let it go, man. That money's burned.
No, I'm enjoying it. I'm getting value for the expense. Back on Saya's flowers, though. So, just hear me out. If you were to be anonymously sending flowers to a poker crusher, wow, you were spot on. By the way, that
you on that
is
side
quite
bet.
the bouquet.
I
That
said
is
at least
stunning.
48.
That is. You were right when the stream started. By the way, you specifically said that they were that whoever was delivering these was going big. That these were not small bouquets. That's an investment right there.
Well, Saya's
Respect.
Saya's not your ordinary girl, Tallow. She's a high-stakes crusher. She's got a big bankroll, too. So if you're going to woo her, you go big or you go home.
If you're trying to impress, you better come correct. And yeah, that's well done. You know what? A lot of credit there. That's a bold move. The fact that they're consistently doing it, I really like it. So what I was going to ask was, if this is your method of courtship, and you're trying to approach someone like that, do you wait until an hour and a half into the game to make sure she's having a good session? Or do you just do it regardless? Is there any, hey, I want to send it, once she wins her first big pot, deliver them then, make sure she's up, make sure she's receiving my gift when she's in the right mindset type thing, or are you just taking the shot no matter what?
I mean, I think you added to, you play it correct, right? Saya has a big win.
625.
That's when you go in. You look on stream, she's a big winner. Boom, I sent you those flowers, baby.
Yep.
She's losing. Truck on it next week. Hope she books a big win so you can finally go up in the Live at the Bike Room.
Absolutely.
If you need help getting access in this Live at the Bike Room, you know your boy in the commentary booth can walk you straight up in there. Maybe. Actually, no, he's not going to do that.
Nice little river play here. HH fired out with 7 high. Should have worked most of the time, but Zhu turning his king blocker into a bluff here. And we'll take it down with the best hand, but certainly he doesn't think so, facing that river bet. His mind, obviously bluffing there with king high.
And we are 2 hours in. Thank you guys for supporting Live at the Bike. If you haven't smashed that like button, please do so now. Support the program. It is free. All these shows are on YouTube, free for your viewing. And if you are in or out of the stream today, I will have some timestamps for you later. So all that I ask is you support the stream. I'm aiming at somewhere between 350 to 400 likes today. So keep smashing the like button. Keep supporting the brand, a brand that I love, brand that I've been a part of for, it's almost going to be a decade pretty soon. So thank you very much. And I enjoy spending my Fridays here with you. $25.50 is a game, $50 big blind ante, plus a $100 straddle just to increase a little bit more action.
Call. 5 players. Check. 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 Check.
Nobody with the queen here.
Check.
Jack 10 with the open ender, and we do have a king 10 in the mix.
Check. 1,000.
Jew going to take a stab with his open ender. Expect to see Saya make a call here, and then we'll
Call.
reevaluate this hand on the river.
Fold. Fold. Heads up.
Jew misses. He is out of position. So we will see if he wants to take another shot at this. I don't think it's going to work.
5,500.
Wow. 5,500 into 3,500 here. Polarizing completely. Representing a king. Thinks there's enough misdraws on this board. Size up like that. Representing a queen. I apologize. Try to get a king to fold here.
10 seconds.
And it works.
Fold.
That is it's a great play by Jew. Not going to win that pot very often. Don't think many players with his holding in this hand end up winning that pot. But aggression gets it done. Huge little 150x pot river bluff.
Fold. Fold. Raise 300. Fold. Call. Call. 3 players. Check. Check.
Jack 9 deuce, and Henry is now going to put in a little bet with his overpair. 2 ladies in hand.
Don mixing it up with the 69.
Call.
He's going to stick around.
Fold. Heads up.
Seen him get a little bit attached to these lower pairs post flop.
Check.
Turn is Jack the top pair, and Henry doesn't like that at all. And probably going to check this at a pretty high frequency.
Yeah, interesting, right? Really bad card for the guy who actually has the best hand, or he thinks it is, and the player with the worst hand thinks it's a great card for them. Henry not loving this run out at all.
23, 75 in the middle. And Henry's just not going to mess around once that went check, check. He just snap calls.
No, I believe Henry actually squeaked out a small little value bet on the river, is what they're showing us.
Oh, Henry went for the bet.
Yeah, and Don snapped it off with a 9. That's a nice little thin value bet with queens.
Well done by Henry.
Yeah.
Put his man on a smaller pair there and went for value despite the scary run out of that board for his exact hand and got paid off. Well done.
In my game, we would make it double 3.
3, yeah, because the
Like
total
here.
amount is 225. You gotta at least cover that amount, so 3 covers everything, right?
That's a theory, yeah.
Yeah.
But we let people do it. Too.
Sure. Yeah. For 3 blinds, it makes it no different. All right, 300 buys everything and the position.
So it's a 2 or 3.
3
Three.
to call. Call,
So
call,
a
fold,
300
fold,
straddle potentially on the button, or a sleeper straddle somewhere in this hand, I believe is what's happened here. Somebody's got the 300 on somewhere. This was not just an open raise by Dawn to 300. Holiday with the overcall with 4s, and Ju's going to pop it up with the ace-queen.
Fold, call.
And Jew gonna
Which was
bump
no
it
good.
up.
I have to have 6.
Call. 3 players.
Holiday going to stick in there with the 4s as well. Do a little set mining.
10,
Check, check.
3 deuce. Dawn with the unknown.
No, I believe Dawn has the ace-10 here. That's what they show. Well, might have changed. That's what it was showing pre-flop. If so, this would be a great flop for Dawn. Looking less likely now. Might have been something wrong with the graphics.
Still 6 combos out there, potentially, for
It's
Dawn.
possible. It's possible. It was showing his hand as ace-10 pre-flop. If he doesn't have it here, very likely Holiday's ahead. Put in this really small sort of get king highs, queen highs to fold type bet. Protect a little bit of her equity here, but
Raise, 3,000.
not going to generate folds for much. And we're about to find out what Dawn has, because Juice popped it up once again. We've seen him take the aggressive line almost every time when given the option today. What do you do here if you have the ace-10 offsuit? You like to come in with a
Raise.
3-bet on the turn, or do we want to call here and be a little trappy? Both options just look so strong.
Fold.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put in the cold 3-bet personally.
Cut them both.
But I do prescribe
both, I think.
or subscribe
Call them both,
to
yeah.
a balanced strategy. Not only my commentary game, as usually I let the table talk ring out, Tallow, that's what I'm known for, but I got a balanced strategy in my poker game
Get
too,
it,
so I will
Yeah.
achieve or strive to achieve someone who plays somewhat balanced. Although I'm probably messing it up in real play all the time, and some of these game theory players who will see my balanced strategy and think you're not really that balanced in theory. But I strive for it at least.
See, I've tried to go the other way. I got in
300.
the headspace of trying to play as theory-oriented and balanced as I could for a while when I was grinding online more, and now that I'm back in the live streets post-COVID, games have opened up a bit now, I'm really actually fighting my balanced tendencies to play a little bit more exploitive, because players just aren't playing well enough to justify balance in a lot of spots.
300. Call.
What do we just see here? 10-8 has decided to float the flop with a call. Interesting.
500.
Check call. I'm actually not sure which player called the flop. Both hands don't really make any sense to me. But someone has floated this flop with either 10 or 9 high. Dawn is taking the betting lead on the turn now, turning a gutter. And this is the absolute dream card for Jew. It's now turned the open-ended straight flush draw, and is certainly going to be popping him up here. The percentage of times that Zhu has put chips in the pot after the flop as a raise is quite impressive. It's actually that's not something that's very easy to do. I think he's raised more than he has bet or called so far on today's stream.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that, and something that rings a bell is probably somewhere close to what a solver does in frequency mode. Jew's probably hitting somewhere close to that frequency, although he may not be doing it with the right combos, with the right backdoors to barrel equities. He's probably achieving somewhere of that aggression factor that you really need to put players in tough spots and be a sore in their side or a rock in their shoe, one may say.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him win some hands that he really just, frankly, has no business winning.
Fold.
The raise on the river with the king high, the recent hand against Saya where he overbet river with the jack 10 miss straight draw to get the 10 to fold. Played
Yeah,
very, very
phone
well.
charging.
His only
My
major
phone's, like, completely dead.
quote unquote misstep today or big loss is just
know
losing the
where
flip.
they're
The pre-flop all in with ace king.
iPhone.
800.
Oh no, I have it.
Saya and Luda
I have a.
going to battle here with clubs. I believe went open 3-bet and a call. Saya will continue here with the standard small sizing 3-bet on this paired board and a 3-bet pot.
Saya.
Banks the turn. It is Saya's day so far, that is for sure.
The only question is her stack going to get over 100,000 at the end of the day? And after this pot, it's going to be very close.
Her stack almost guaranteed to get over 100,000 at some point in the day. Whether or not it finishes there, another story.
Yeah. You learn anything change that?
Yeah.
Just yellows.
Thank you. Yellow.
Yellows. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Oh, you're in, right?
Thank you.
Straddle. Thank you. 300. Hold. Hold.
Nice.
Raise. 1200. Fold.
3-bet alert
Fold.
from Holiday. Jew dominated.
HH letting the jack 10 of spades go, facing this 3-bet. Seems fine. Expect to see Jew do a lot of just calling here. Not really much else to do with the ace-queen off. Although, as we have noted, he has been very aggressive when given the choice so far today, and that is not going to stop. He will put in the 4-bet here to 3,800. Bad timing, potentially also just picking the wrong player to do this against. Holiday not getting too out of line pre-flop from what we've seen so far today.
All in.
And wow, does not take much time this time, just jams it in.
And Holiday says all of it.
And this is effectively 130 bigs deep. Really not a spot to be calling off ace-queen off.
10.
So you gotta play after this too.
I will keep playing if everybody want to play.
12,000.
Yeah.
70.
You want to keep playing?
How much total?
I'm gonna play through the night.
12,000.
Play through the night?
I can play whatever y'all want,
And 75.
then go home.
JJ, you
Okay,
hear
I'll
that?
keep playing, but I can't play through the night because I have a game tomorrow.
Oh no, we don't have to. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
saying
yeah.
like a few hours.
Yeah, I
Don's
know.
saying he's here all
But
night.
what did you
Lock
ask?
the doors.
He wants to keep
Are
playing.
you
after
guys
the
playing
Yeah,
after
if you
the
guys,
stream?
if they have like
I'll keep playing.
Yeah.
I can even
least
get a couple more
couple of
players
Yeah.
if you guys want.
like a couple more hours.
You gonna hop in there after the
There's
stream?
no more pro, okay?
Of
25.50.
course. Why would I get?
Get regular.
Sure, $100 straddle.
I told Wayne already. You can
Gets a
play.
little murky unless it's a very good lineup for me.
Fair enough.
$100 straddle. Very favorable game.
Double
Lock me a
straddle,
seat.
200.
This game, although it is a friendly game, it does have some tougher players in it.
Raise to 1,000.
I'm tempted. Friday night.
Fold.
Get some money back. YOLO, why not?
Why not?
Fold.
Young man in
I'll
there
do
for a
some-
quickie.
Some battle
Fold.
in the
Fold.
Hold'em streets. Haven't mixed it up in there in a while. Could be fun.
Did you show your hand when you bluffed it
You want
off?
to do one round?
I
or
did.
something, or-
Oh, there you go. Then you'll probably get some action
Yeah,
with these
one
players
round
at the
double.
table.
One round of
I
double surprise.
almost always try to show my bluffs. Not successful ones, but if I'm bluffing and get called on the river,
And then 15.
50-50.
I tend to show my hand rather than the type of player who will muck face down in embarrassment. I want it if I'm going to invest that money bluffing, and it's a terrible line, let's at least get something out of it and have people see what a terrible line it was.
Raise. 1,000. Fold.
Bump it up to a G. The double straddle is now on.
Heads up.
Don with 2 6s.
Based on the hands that we've seen him like so far today, 6s are right in his wheelhouse.
Jack 10. 5 ball.
And we have seen Don get very sticky with smaller pairs so far, so it'll be interesting to see how he proceeds here. Calls flop.
Does pertain to 6 of hearts. Can turn some flush draws. Henry picks up that 3 though. Henry is ahead of some flush draws and some straight draws. Does he elect to go into check mode now?
Yeah, poker's such an interesting game, JJ, right? Henry's improved, but this actually gives Don a better chance of winning the hand because it makes it a lot less likely that Henry's going to blast off for another 2 streets. Wow, really sizes up here on the turn, putting a ton of pressure on any sort of pocket pair like Don's.
Fold.
Gets the best hand to fold.
And the money flies on the wall and flies right over to Henry's stack.
Raise.
Raise. 500.
5 to go. Double straddle on. 2.5x from the most feared cash game player in Los Angeles. Let's see if those
Call.
4 dozens of roses could soften up that heart.
Every time you say that, you're killing our action, JJ. You say that and it makes me worried about getting down there and jumping back in. Should I be worried?
Fold.
Tallow, you don't.
Oh my.
You look like a fearless man as Ludo wakes up with number 2.
And just rips it in for...
30 big blind.
69.25.
I believe this was an open to 500, 3 calls, and just the jam.
25. 6,925. All in.
Okay, he has substantially less than the graphic showing. They're saying it's for 6,900 rather than the 9,300 shown on our screen. Makes a little bit more sense there.
And a chug of the Corona.
Ace Jack
Exploit
suited.
man. Let me know. You're the exploit man now, you said.
Oh, with that drink?
Yeah.
It's actually
10 cents.
very situational. That's a tough one. That is one I think about in games. I actually think about myself taking drinks sometimes intentionally or not. Ooh, good lay down by the Ace Jack.
Up to you.
I prefer twice usually.
Alright, just
The
twice.
worst ace will call. Yeah, I think it means different things for different players. I do think there are some tells in
And then one
that
out.
area of poker. Usually a sign of feeling very comfortable. Wow, and despite the, I
got it?
believe there were
Yeah.
2 dead
Finish it.
aces,
One
not
of a
just the
kind.
one.
You say one of a kind.
Yeah.
Still hits it.
I have a bad feeling for this one. I think you're gonna get it twice.
I don't think he's going to get it twice. I would like to bet a lot of money on the kings on the second board. If anybody is taking, JJ? Any takers? He's going to need a 6-7-9 board for a sweat here.
Wow, there's 110.
There is
You got an
110.
ace?
Oh, ace 8, ace 7? Oh,
Jack ball.
More
Corner
out.
pocket.
no.
Not a good card.
That's more out.
Like, yeah, okay.
Ace jack?
Six.
Gives
Oh,
him
whoa,
extra.
that's my
Oh
ace.
my god, apparently.
One
Okay,
does.
I guess only one ace was folded. And not the 2 that I thought.
Oh, man.
Wow.
I hit it twice. That's one out, right?
That's what she said.
Okay.
I don't know if that was appropriate.
Ludo does get the chop.
Oh, yeah, straight.
Dog's way.
Yeah, straight.
And that hand was almost as spicy as Habo hot sauce, our proud sponsor around here.
keep calling
Live
you
at the
with
Bike.
past six. I
A
had six
delicious
last
spicy
hand,
hot
so
sauce
it's crazy.
that will have you coming back for more. Check
Next time
out
I'll have to flop a set or
habosauce.com. Use it on whatever you'd like. I like to use it on my eggs, but you do as you do in the chat.
Scoop.
200 bomb pot.
He would have made.
I'm a truffle salt guy on my eggs.
Truffle salt. I gotta check
That's
it out.
pretty sick.
Where do you get it at? Trader Joe's?
Ace can both count.
I think this one I got it at just the Grove, the little market there. But yeah, you can find it on Trader Joe's. You can just order it on Amazon. That's the beauty of the world we live in today.
That wasn't a nice bomb pot.
They got a good
That hand would have been nice. bomb pot.
all-season salt. I don't know if you've got that one at Trader Joe's. It has like 6 different salts and peppers and seasons. I don't know if it's salts.
Check that out. Doing a lot more cooking now that I'm in LA.
Right?
Jack 10-7, all spades on top. Check.
Looks like we've got another bomb pot here.
Check.
I checked my
Check. Check.
Flop straight for Ludo on the flush board. Not ideal.
Check around. Jack a club.
Jack 10 is really good.
Really good.
Bet. 600. Call.
Alright, catching back up to the action here. Ludo's still ahead with his straight. But this board's getting worse and worse for him. Should clean up a lot of the field here on the turn.
Fold. 3 players.
Wow, Dawn with the A7 getting pretty sticky here. Ace of spades, okay, this makes sense.
6 of clubs on top.
Holiday with top trips and the gut shot on the bottom board. Comes along.
Yeah. It happens though.
As long as nothing crazy here happens, this will be chopped up between Ludo and Dawn.
Seconds. 5,000.
Wow, great bet here by Ludo. This is extremely strong awareness. He very firmly believes he still has the best hand on the top and is going to pressure almost all better hands to fold on the bottom board. This is a ballsy bit with a hand that is not guaranteed to be the best hand on top. I like this a lot. This is the type of sizing I think should have been used in a couple of the bomb pots we saw earlier for this exact purpose, knowing you can only win half the pot here and just trying to generate folds from the other half. This is good stuff here from Ludo.
And as soon as it goes off, it gets hot.
Yeah, as soon as turn up.
Right away.
Adding time.
I guess that's the only ventilation here.
Just that one. But he feels it.
And this would be pretty frustrating if Holiday makes a hero call for Ludo. I don't think she can.
98.
Here, I think her hand's just slightly too weak, but if she were to hero call this off, losing the bottom board to a deuce is going to be a little bit annoying.
Fold.
Yeah, and I think that's just almost a necessary fold. We don't beat any value hands on the top board. We're playing a one-way hand. We're calling a bet that's well over pot, trying to win only half the pot. She's got to put in basically $5,000 to win a $1,200 profit.
Why you bet 5,000? Yeah, Jack 10.
200 side.
Make it look like I have
Okay.
Thank you.
She almost called me. See?
I have a jack.
Yeah, with Jack.
Yeah.
200 straddle. It's around the straddles. It started on Ludo.
Lay down. Discipline, lay down.
You can lay down.
Fold, fold.
Let's go.
Raise. 500. Fold. Re-raise. 1,500. Fold. Fold.
Fold.
Call. Call 13.
Ian Taylor saying surprise Dawn full and ace. It's really hard to call on the river of a bomb pot, bluff catching on one board, which is where both players were at in that hand. If your hand is a bluff catcher on one board and can never win the other, that's very tough, right? Because you're making a full price bluff catch, but your return on that bluff catch is only half the pot.
Check.
$35.
35? 3,500 bet.
All in.
Neither gentleman with a pair. Wait, what?
500 bet. All in now.
Is
I
that
heard all of it.
3,500 with only 4,100 behind? Is that graphic correct?
6 2s.
For me, ace high, I think I had the best hand.
Whoa! Knows he had the best hand. Says ace high, I think I had the best hand and shows it. Wow.
Matt didn't tell you? I'm a donkey. Not coming to check
JJ, lock
now.
the
don't
doors.
Oh, so Don is Matt Berkey's friend because Matt was supposed to play today.
Ah.
So I'm assuming Matt was bringing Don. Don wanted to play a fun game. Wayne, our producer, knows how to put together some fun games here at Live at the Bike. So that makes sense. He said, talk to Matt. Ah, there's only one Matt I know. And he goes by Big Bet Berkey, or aka the Alpha Reg.
Fold.
A man who's fearless. You remember we were going to do you said, let's do a side bet.
Oh, I remember, JJ.
I
I thought that when I saw the stream. I saw the results of the stream. I saw Berkey's relentless bragging for the last however long about that game. And, yeah, I faded another one. I would have lost the right. I just keep trying to give you money in the booth, basically. Would have lost that bet. Would have lost the Roses bet.
There was never any sort of doubt. I had my money. I would have had a percentage of my net worth all in on Big Bet Berkey. Although that might skew now since he didn't come today. He had a little podcast, got a little distracted with like if there was something going on in the poker world.
No,
podcast.
He said he was stuck on the tarmac for 2 hours, and they deplaned him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, because he messaged us earlier saying that he missed his first flight.
Yep.
And then he got delayed again. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So my bets are still on Big Bet then.
If his reporting is correct, the latest from Berkey was that he was literally stuck on the tarmac for 2 hours in Vegas, and then they deplaned.
Oh.
So I've been there, and that is never fun.
That happened to me on a trip to Asia.
Oof.
We were taking a red eye, and then at like 12 o'clock, we were in the freaking plane for 2 hours, and then took us to hotels. We reboarded at like 11 a.m.
Sitting in a vehicle waiting to go somewhere that isn't moving is one of the worst ways to spend time on the planet. I would rather do hard physical labor than stop and go traffic, waiting on the tarmac in a plane, things like that where you're waiting to get somewhere in a vehicle meant for transportation and not moving at all. That's got to be one of, especially for someone like me with ADHD, and I get restless real easy. I need to move around, fidget. I lose my mind in those situations.
We should play the Would You Rather game at this point.
All of my answers are going to involve everything other than sitting and waiting.
Raise it up from the Don, the King.
JJ, I'll tell you right now, I'd rather raise call off jack high on a paired board than I would wait in traffic in LA.
I would only do something like that if my kicker was a 4, because it unblocks the bluffs.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's valid. I'm probably overdoing it in that situation. I would have a 3 or a 4 in my hand. And in fact, I would almost rather not know. I'd kind of just like to keep that up to maybe I have a pair, maybe I don't. Let's just gamble.
Yeah, the solver would say the 4 is optimal, but when you think you have bottom pair, it usually works out a little bit better than just the jack high call. Perhaps.
Perhaps.
The Don going back to back. Let's see if he can go for the trifecta, the hat trick. Go for 3 in a row. I'm sure that's boiling in his mind right now. Got to do it for
Raise
the fans at home.
Don's been a great addition to the game. Certainly playing that seat better than I would have.
Fold.
Holiday
Fold.
clicking it up with the ace-jack off.
Fold.
And pretty confident that Don's going to peel here. This is a meaty 3-bet. We haven't seen Don fold in this spot yet today.
Oh,
And does peel.
heads up.
Oh, look at this little flop for King 8 suited. Spikes top 2. Checks it over to Holiday, who's going to continue for just over 1/3 pot, and we'll see how Don wants to proceed here. It's got top 2. It is a relatively safe board.
Oh.
I think we can just do a lot of flat calling. He does go that way and fills up to top boat. This is a potentially scary card for Holiday. She can check back here and try to take her ace-jack to showdown, but it's going to reduce some of Don's King X combos and may incentivize Holiday to try to bluff out smaller pairs. She does go with the check back line, trying to either cheaply improve on the river or potentially take the ace high to showdown.
1500.
And Don here with a very milky 30% pot, $1,500 bet. This might just get called by the ace-jack high. This bet is targeting small pairs, targeting some ace-high combos, really looking for a hero call.
Raise.
And what are we seeing today? People are absolutely getting after. This is a wild game so far. Holiday is going to click it up to 4,000 here. Thinking that, hey, you're just not balanced enough to be using a small sizing with your value hands, especially after you've checked the turn. Not giving Don any credit for being able to have this line with top of his range. Don with some great acting. It's not going to matter.
8,000.
Re-raise.
This will get instantly folded after he inevitably puts in another raise. Actually, I think this was a pretty high-level hand by Holiday. I like her raise on the river because I would be operating under a lot of the same assumptions here, JJ. I don't think a lot of the time from what we've seen from Don so far that when he takes this line, he has a lot of king plus, let's call it, in his value range at this point in hand. Obviously, his turn check is pretty mandatory, but after the turn check, I'd expect him to be sizing up with most of his kings on the river. I'm very impressed that he sized down in a spot where he had top of range, and
Picked the wrong time.
yeah,
That king
interesting hand.
So you can watch the show. You must have picked the
Here
wrong
is what the fans love, the scoreboard. They want to know who's bleeding on the table, who's the big
King
winner.
8 of club, yeah. Well, I tried to value
You know,
and see,
Saya
I
bought it
think
for
she gonna- she
50,000,
gonna
so
check right.
she's
Had to
up
take care of
almost on
something.
50 ball.
Thank you.
VPIP's
right
Don
back.
and Ju rocking with over 40% VPIP. The heroes on
Bad
the
time.
table, no doubt.
Bad time.
And here's the scoreboard. Saya, big winner. Henry, Don, and Ludo also winning. Holiday, Ju spending, and Double H doing the most of it. Biggest spender thus far. However, there are just over 2 hours left in the stream.
Yeah, keep going. We keep. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's done. Yeah, sorry.
You guys can keep going in like 20 minutes. I leave in like 20 minutes. So. 20
I thought
minutes.
it's.
300.
Yeah, we'll be back in Dallas. We can exchange numbers. That game's really good. Game at the poker house, PMG.
Yeah, I do go there.
You play that thing? I never seen you. You must be pro then, because the day I play, only businessman. No pro.
I did.
Wednesday.
Wednesday,
I never seen you
Friday.
there. Yeah, but Wednesday is no professional though.
Yeah,
Only
I
us.
went Wednesday.
Did you there?
Yeah, I did.
Maybe last week.
No, last week. You know Mac Dog? I play with him.
Yeah, Mad Dog.
Dong.
Yeah, Mad Dog. Yeah. No, they don't let Dong play.
Dong is playing.
Yeah, he go to Houston. He asked me to.
Yeah.
I get him in the game. They kick him out. But they're too good. They won't let him play. They only let the action people play. But yeah, Mad Dog too. Mad Dog's good.
Yeah, I did play there. Raise.
Maybe we back in town next week.
Fold.
We should meet up there. I only play Wednesday because the Wednesday game is no pro.
Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Gym
did.
game Wednesday, no
Yeah,
pro.
I did.
No
I
pro
did,
Wednesdays.
Play Wednesday.
Sounds like a game that I would like to be in.
JJ, you are a pro though.
Shit.
That's the problem. I can get in that game.
Not a very good one, if that is true. A man who only plays twice a week spends more errands commentating and doing some Bally's tasks with the baby whose brain is mush.
I assume I'd be allowed in most No Limit Hold'em games still. I would hope.
What would my portfolio have to be for me to just say, I'm an investor?
You probably have to start out with some investments.
I live in Houston.
Ooh, well, I have a home.
Normally
There we
drive
go.
there.
You're well on your way.
I got a portfolio that's doing okay. Not good
What
nowadays.
percentage of said portfolio is
I
crypto?
haven't seen you, that's why I said maybe
Uh,
last 2 weeks I haven't been there.
If it's over probably 30-40%,
Recently, I didn't go.
you're going to get into
Yeah.
a lot of games.
Wednesday,
No.
like I say, no professional.
Not even
only
close.
Then you're not a whale enough. If you've got a real portfolio and you're making some intelligent investments, that's not the kind of person they want in the games.
Who?
They want gamblers. Crypto gamblers, JJ.
Who is Ludo?
Bitcoin for life,
Who?
huh?
You're right.
Oh, okay.
There's no easier ticket to get in a high-stakes private game than asking if you can pay in Bitcoin.
Oh, I don't.
Ah.
She's popular. I watching her on the Berkeley was telling me. I asked who it is. She said, "Well, that's the pro right there." Henry, I'm not playing you up no more. Be careful. Play you up 3 times already.
Check. 14. Fold. Button. Okay.
Shout out to Dirty Gringo. Reigns. Austin Zone. Dirt Mike. Julio Moya. The Chris D. Shout out to the YouTube chat. And if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please do so now. Why not? Helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. We've got a 25-50 game with a $50 big blind and a $100 straddle with rounds of 200. A massive game here on a Friday.
Call. Call. 3 points. Check. Check. 4. Fold.
Don defending. The big blind with the straddle on with the 5-3 offsuit. It's definitely wide. He is a self-proclaimed action player and has been proving it so far today. Like his style. And haven't been able to see Drew's chips from this angle for a while. I don't think he just has the 5K in front of him that is being shown.
What's your name, Alex? You Alex?
Ludo.
I think he's a little deeper than that.
Alex. There was somebody in your seat before. His name was Alex. But
Nope. They're talking about me punting in that seat before him.
he's commentating now.
I kept it warm for him.
Oh, he commentating.
Yeah, it's commentating.
Oh man, he got to be super pro then. He got to commentate.
Incorrect,
Has
sir.
to be.
Incorrect.
He tried to bluff Holiday.
And he had the,
How does
he
it
had the
feel that
trips.
they're talking about you?
Oh, he bluffed you?
I don't mind.
He didn't know Texas people can be bluffed.
Exactly.
Well, Texas people with top trips,
I called him down
especially.
twice with sixes. He had pocket queens. He showed me one time in kings.
Speaking of trips, HH finally getting something to go his way here, although no one else really has anything. Although that has not stopped Ju at any point today, so we'll see if that continues. Hopefully we get a good angle from the front of Ju's stack to see if he does have any more big chips. He had been playing with those 5K chips. I think that is a 5K chip off to the side, JJ. This little full house for the 4 deuce. And we'll see if Ju does anything creative here. Nope, we'll just snap fold. I think, yeah,
He's way deeper. Yeah.
way deeper than that 3,600. It looks like he's probably got about 10,000 behind the 3,600 in front of him. So maybe somewhere around 13,000 there for Ju.
Seems like a fair estimation, no doubt.
Fold. Fold.
Been a great game today as far as the action goes, JJ. Not a great game today as far as table talk goes. Players have been on the quiet side.
And Holiday with number 1 and no
Henry, you want to buy it?
action. We got Nikolai Novak in the YouTube chat. Goes by the accountant on our streams. He loves to bring pain and tears and rip chips from people's stacks. And he asks who's in the booth with me. Or who am I in the booth with? I am with Tallow, a professional PLO poker player, World Series bracelet winner as well. Commentated the Phil Galfond Challenge as well.
All of the above. I'm with JJ. Proud parent. Ex-grinder.
You're a parent?
No.
Oh.
No, saying
Proud
you're
parent
a
of what?
You're a
Oh,
proud parent.
Okay, yes.
I was trying to list your accolades as well.
Yeah.
Portfolio owner.
Yeah. We're doing A-okay in the Dela Garza household. We're just doing just fine. To the point where my wife is trying to slow me down on my poker
Hey man,
hours.
anyone who considers themselves a poker pro but is playing twice a week is doing more than just okay. That's really where you want to be. When you can drop your hours to a recreational, I'll play when I feel like it, when the game's good type level, that's the dream right there.
Yeah, I didn't think about it like that because I'm still in degen mode and want to play a lot of hours.
But you don't feel obligated to play,
No.
which is the beauty of it. Nice little turn here for Ju. Finally something going right. And he might get paid on this run out here. Top pair still looking pretty good. Henry with no hearts in his hand. I think depending on the sizing that Ju goes with on the river, we're going to be very hard pressed to fold our top pair combos here. Just an excellent bluff catcher.
5,500.
Ooh. 5,500 into 4K though. We've sized up quite a bit. This is certainly going to allow for some folds. We'll see. Ju putting his image to use, trying to go for the max. Definitely going to put King X of Henry in a very tough spot with this river sizing. I think we're probably differentiating our King X calls here with some sort of blocker components. King Jack, obviously a pretty easy call in this spot. King 9, maybe a little bit of a better call. Our kings with no hearts might want to lean towards calling. Or if we have a hand like King 8 with the 8 of hearts, potentially do a little bit more folding.
How many brown chips do you have?
Round chips are 5K chips, for those of you wondering about that question.
Chocolates.
It's an interesting question. Maybe he's considering in some world turning his king into a bluff here, but I don't think that ever happens in reality.
Fold.
Does let it go. You can see from the paint on his face that probably a pot size bet, 3,500-ish or so, would have gotten paid off. Drew maybe getting a little greedy there with the river over bet on that run out.
Oh, you're not 100. I'll start 300. Buy it.
Saya fighting every single orbit to keep that straddle on.
It's what she does. I got invited to a 25-50 game a few weeks ago. Sold to me as 25-50, $50 big blind ante. Before I knew it, we changed to 25-51. And then before the end of the night, there was some 200s, and I was like,
yep.
huh.
Yep.
So this is how they got me.
Been in plenty of those situations. That's one of the oldest tricks in the book, right? Especially for private games. You try to fill the invite list with a good old 25-50 game, and then the sun sets, the drinks are flowing, and all of a sudden you're in a 200-400 game with people sitting 100,000 deep, and you're wondering what just happened.
Yeah, sort of like what happened to me. Big losing day, too.
Couple of king 8 offs squaring off here with middle pair.
Check.
Check. Check.
Saya with the position advantage, but neither player really has any interest in putting money in on that turn.
Check.
Check.
And they will just get to showdown and chop this up. JJ, when games were dead at the end of summer, and I was looking for action in Las Vegas after WSOP in that little down period where nobody's really playing poker, couldn't find any PLO games, so I sat in an open stud high game for the first time in my life. I had just, the PLO game I was in before this had just broken after like a chop pot or something, so I came over there, we were talking about a hand, joking about chop pots, and they informed me quickly there's really no such thing as chop pots in stud. Just doesn't happen. 3 hands later, we chop a stud hand with ace high. It was ace, queen, jack, 8, I think 9, ace, queen, jack, 8, 7 or something, were each of our 5 high cards. And we full chopped a stud hand, and everybody there who had been playing stud for 20 years, of no offense to stud guys, but it was the exact type of lineup you thought it would be. It was a bunch of older gentlemen
Bang, bang.
sitting around playing poker, lost their minds that I had sat down in the game, brought up a chop, and then chopped the pot 3-handed later. I didn't understand how crazy it was. I didn't play stud, but yeah, apparently not really a thing in that game. Until it is.
Yeah, I'm not a man who's played many hands of stud. And here it looks like Henry, the hand of the day, 2 10s. Why not 4-bet with his small blind versus a button, 2 wide range spots. And 10s are just going to put in the 4.
Yeah, we've seen the aggressive route being taken by 10s all day today, pre-flop.
And I think that is an accumulation of this just being quite a tough game. I think in a regular game, you're going to flat more with 10s because the ranges won't be as wide and you're going to see more flops and be able to navigate post-flop. But versus a lot of players who are going to put in a lot of aggressive lines, you just kind of want to take down the hand pre-flop or put some more money in with 10s, especially in position.
I'd bet a lot against Ju folding here. The question is, do we see him continue to skew heavily on the aggressive side on spots that he could take a more passive route, or will he just call in position here? He does elect to go with call. Excuse me, out of position here. And we'll take this king, queen of diamonds to a flop. I think they've updated his chip stack, so he's got a little over 2,200 behind, and ugly flop for the tens as the king queen outflops him. Don't like that check, especially that snap check from Henry. I think we just have a range bet on ace king 5 rainbow, and I'd like to see him take a little bit more time. This is going to make it harder for him to continue credibly on future streets. He does now put in a delayed c-bet on the turn. This is interesting. I'm not sure entirely what he's trying to represent here. Possibly some weak aces. Like your ace 4 suited type stuff. Little bit of a strange line here from Henry in a spot that you would normally expect 100% c-bet. Henry gives up with the tens, and she'll take a nice little pot.
And a double board bomb pot right on time. Those of you that are new to the double board bomb pots, there's no action pre-flop. Every player puts in 200 bucks. We see 2 flops. You can play both of the boards and have a scoop type hand. You can have a good hand on one board and bluff the other one, and or you can just go crazy and go ham and just randomly bluff, although it's tough to bluff double board bomb pots multi-way.
I think next time I do commentary, I want a buzzer system put in the booth, and I'm just going to sprint out for the bomb pots every time. I'll leave a stack on the table, and I'll just head down there and play those.
You just love them, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I like to gamble, right? It's just a little more action. I have a hard time sitting down and playing No Limit Hold'em. Gets very boring, but bomb pots are interesting. Although, No Limit bomb pots are not that exciting. I'd much rather get 4 cards out there. This is sort of an interesting one here, though, with top pair squaring up against bottom 2 on the bottom board. 5-3 has got a little something going for it here.
Check. Check.
This one checked through, and now top pair on one board for Ludo with a gut shot on the other. Hell of a turn card for the Queen 7. Saya now with second pair and the only straight. And also a very interesting turn card for Holiday. Saya electing to just go with the check call. He's going to end up with the best hand on both boards. Disaster run out for the 8-3 here, counterfeiting her 2 pair.
Yeah, Saya with the scooper. She says all of it.
So this is effectively a $7,500 bet into about, I believe it was like $2,800 in the pot so far. This is what she didn't do earlier when I think she had the hand to do it. This seems like the opposite. So Sai and I are clearly approaching bomb pots differently. Now she has a hand that can comfortably scoop both boards, and I think you want to try to get paid here. You don't need to generate folds. Wait, what?
Wow, and Holiday makes the call.
Whoa. I'm shocked. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that she made the 3 high straight on the deuce run out. So this call makes a little bit more sense. Really tough. Still, I did not expect her to call for 3x pot. I think with that sizing, we just don't
3 high straight.
Yeah, 3 high straight.
win enough, but
8-3 the bottom. No king counterfeit.
JJ, you predicted this. Gotta give you credit. I came in here after dusting my stack off to Holiday. You said it's all gonna find its way to Saya. Here we are 3 hours later. Saya's stacking every single chip.
You know, there's certain players at the table that are a vacuum. like a real life vacuum.
I don't know if you saw a couple of those hundreds on the stack. They still have a droplets of blood on them. Those are mine. Sliding over there.
No, they look like tears.
How's it?
Fair
go?
enough.
How much do I owe? I owns 100, 200, right?
Oh, you missed the blind?
I don't know. I came back. Yeah, I think I missed a straddle.
Yeah, you missed one
I
and
missed
one.
yeah, I missed a straddle.
There you go.
Wow. Apparently a phenomenal bet by Sai. I again just would not have used that sizing there, wanting to make sure that I get called. 3x pot seems incredibly greedy, but
We were the monster.
she knew her customer and somehow got paid off by bottom straight and one pair.
He had missed brown when he came back.
Yeah, just a tough spot.
Very tough spot. Absolutely. Hard to be behind on both boards. It's one of the problems with Hold'em there, right? You've got a straight on one, you've got a pair on the other. Very hard to lose both boards. Someone needs a 7 and then another higher pair than you on the other board. There's not a lot of combos that are going to do it. But when you're facing 3x pot on the river, that is what's being represented a lot of the time.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate, and a lot of times in those double board bomb pots, when someone goes for it like that, and you have more experience than I do in these double boards, right? They're just trying to get you off of one board and a chopped, right? And they're polarized to like a nutted hand on one.
And that's what we've talked about earlier, right? That's what I had thought was going to be happening in some of the hands that we broke down earlier, where a nutted hand on one board should be playing very aggressively to push a player off a chop on the other. So I can certainly see how Holiday would read it that way, and she just figured I basically can't lose both boards. But Saya had the hand this time for it.
Call.
Yeah, Looney in the chat asking what game is that? Double board bomb pots. Best played is Pot Limit Omaha, but sometimes played as No Limit Hold'em.
Fold. Heads up. Check.
Both players with a straight draw Ludos. The ace high.
Yeah, Profion, I'm not convinced it's good, especially with the sizings that we've seen her use earlier. It looks like she might be a little bit imbalanced towards value on both boards when she goes with the overbet sizing, based on the fact that we've seen her play a couple bomb pots and
7?
not use that sizing when only playing one board. But who knows? Very hard to say, right? Super small
You're
sample
not gonna
size.
like it. I got nothing.
And it got called, so it worked.
I was like, something weird here.
Californian got you bullied.
It was like my ace is good.
I put you on the first draw too.
No, I didn't have a first draw, but
Balance good? Balance good?
Nice aggression from Don there.
Yeah, I don't think you have a pair either.
no,
You
You got a
know,
pair?
no, I have a good shot.
You got a good shot.
What's
yeah, I got an open
undefeated?
ended.
Time.
Oh,
Yes.
you have open.
taxes.
Yeah.
Did you get that?
I'm working on that, though.
We
Aggression.
hit the gamble, man.
And Jack
like
4
played the
off
nuts on me.
suit.
Yeah.
50 and 50.
All true.
I just
Can't
stay
argue
out
any of
of
those.
woman way. That's it.
Smart guy.
You went in
Trying to
two
put up an
times and
argument against
how's it
taxes. It's
feel?
not going well.
They're gonna
Carter
take
just
it
said
off.
sevens have
Minimum 50%.
folded to an open. I can't imagine that's
I'm
right.
saying minimum they took 50% in life of it.
Double H with the Anna Kornikova. Gonna go. Ooh, he was gonna go try to go for the limp raise. Unless he's in the straddle. Oh, he was trying to go.
He was trying to go for the limp raise. There's the 7s. They're back.
He was trying to go for the OG Tallow.
Did not work. But he has flopped top here. And is going to get a appeal from Jew 7s. With some backdoor equity. Holding that diamond. Holding the 2 7s.
Button move. What's your name again?
Don, Don, D-O-N.
Don. Oh,
Don, yeah.
Don.
D-O-N?
D-O-N, yeah. Like Donald, Don.
Like Donald? Oh. Okay. Not to be confused with the duck, for sure. Just saying. Just in case you just joined us, you are watching the all-new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the longest-running high-stakes poker series. This action is coming to you live directly from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Casino, located in Los Angeles, California. And if you love some high-stakes poker, there is a $25.50 with a $50 big blind ante and a straddle going around. We got the casting characters of Jew in seat 1, Ludo in seat 2, Don in seat number 3, Holiday in 5, Saya Ono seat number 6, H in 8, and Henry in seat number 9.
Jack 4 of hearts in the mix and in the lead here. Ludo not going to go anywhere with the ace 2 of clubs. Be interesting to see how he decides to proceed with this holding. Very PLO feeling hand to it. Straight draw, nut flush draw, overcard.
All in?
All in.
And he says all of it.
Seen this move before. Gonna put on maximum aggression. Pretty much can't get called here.
Sorry.
Not really a possible hero call from the Jack 4. Although, we've thought that before recently and been proven wrong, so we'll see.
66.75.
He's doing it.
There's just no way, right? And what the dealer said the all-in was for how much? It's got to be less than the 9,200 to consider a call here.
He's got the hand, though. He's got the hand.
And Jack 4 will make the call here. If this wins both
My last
runouts, I have a new poker strategy.
It's 5 p.m. Okay.
Oh,
Good luck.
Henry says one
Henry
time.
announcing it once. Some very slight additional extra equity. And breaks out. Jack 4 will hold and scoop. No problem.
Oh,
I mean,
What a troll.
what hand?
That's the famous hand.
That's why you play that hand? That's why you call it
My
hand?
ace was black.
All right. Well,
hand,
now
man.
I've learned how to play poker. I'm
Yeah, have a good night, guys.
just calling off Jack 4. There it is.
Yeah, Ludo. That's not the hand he wants to see after some carnage this past week. But
There are so many jokes to be made right now that I'm going to refrain from
you're a good man.
for the sake of Bally's Presents Live at the Bike in this stream, but
And JJ's job.
on JJ's job.
Thank you, Tallow.
Just say I hope Henry gets to keep his money.
Bang, bang.
We'll just leave it at that.
Ay, ay, ay. You know, like, that's going to be the new 70s, I feel like, you know? That's going to be, that hand is going to be the talk of the town for years to come.
Him Taylor saying, as a caster, it's your job to make jokes. I would have taken that route as well, but the powers that be
The mic back.
have said not today. Oh, for any, see some comments about Ludo potentially. Ludo announced early on the stream that he was going to be leaving early today. I actually think he stayed longer than he intended to. So very normal for him to leave after that. Had nothing. He's not on tilt or anything like that. He had announced that he was going to be leaving, and so he left.
Yep, kids, daycare, etc. Double H versus Don.
Yeah, Don will get there with the 4-3 suited. Unfortunately for him, not much for Double H, who has run absolutely terrible today. Just one of those days where you cannot make the best hand, as seen here, unable to beat the 4-3.
Eight.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Six.
Guys in the chat, not really about the job. We're just trying to be respectful to the ownership and their wishes for their show. It is, after all, their show and their production, so that's all it's about. Dawn improving from top pair to a straight on the river here. Holiday improving to second pair. Dawn has been really mixing it up. This might get paid off. I would not be shocked to see a hero call here with ace-10. Don is the type of player who has been out of line more often than not. Haven't seen a ton of river bluff specifically from him, but has certainly shown that he's capable of. She does call, and yeah, Don's reputation earns this one.
Can I have the electric slip, please?
Nichols, I'll tell you who would sponsor these people. True Classic and Habbo Hot Sauce. Two excellent brands. Putting out quality product. Here we see the chip count.
No bumper.
Saya well over 100K.
Oh.
Up 57,000 from her initial buy-in. Dawn carrying the VPIP since he's joined the game.
Oh, okay.
44%, and there we see the
We're not
winnings.
doing every dealer chain.
HH buried.
Collection every 30 minutes.
Run
Oh,
terrible
okay.
today. Hard to hold it against him. Ludo out for his
What do y'all
initial buy-in.
collect, like the charge or
This
Holiday
one,
and Jew
the
also
rate
both
is
deep in the red.
the rate of the game?
Don's been running well, playing well since he joined. Henry up a nice little chunk.
300.
Raise to 3.
Yeah, EM Taylor in the Twitch chat pointing out that this is a high VPIP game. Players have been getting after it. It's short-handed, so it's easier to do that for sure. I think that is a factor that can't really be overstated. In some of these 9 and 10-handed games that you see, it is really hard to keep your VPIP up. You just get punished so much more for opening weaker holdings. When you get down to 6, 7-handed, it becomes a lot easier. The presence of premiums pre-flop just decreases quite a bit. HH finally finding a flop that he likes.
450.
Unfortunately, it's a small pot against more or less nothing. We could see ace high peel a street here. So I'll just let it go.
Fold. Fold. 300.
Henry opening the 10-3 suited.
Yeah,
from the
please.
button.
Can I get a chicken gyro salad? Chicken gyro salad and 2 bottles of pana. Chicken gyro, 2 panas.
Don's going to defend the 6-4 out of the big and
That's
flop
it.
an open ender.
Yeah, he
10-3 making bottom pair here. Without any backdoor stuff.
Yeah. Medium.
He's going to get looked up by the 6-4, and
wine
we'll see what happens.
No, I don't want to drink.
How much is 5?
Heads up.
I'm thinking the good one, but I don't want to do it. This is fun.
Check.
David,
Check.
coffee also. Yeah. Just one thing.
Check, check, turn. Don misses. We'll see if he takes a stab here with 6-eye. He's certainly played aggressively so far. Wouldn't shock me, but when you do have this table image, you are also likely to get called a bit lighter, so bluffing here can be a little harder. He shuts it down and sees the 10-3. Look at that expression, says it all there.
Don't you drink wine?
My favorite tour.
I had someone flying in tonight.
Sorry?
Yeah, probably later. I gotta drive.
Oh, you got it. Okay. I want to drink, but I don't want. You drink wine?
Okay, I
Okay.
can drink.
Okay, I order. Any one of you? You want a glass of wine?
No, I'm good. It's too hard to drink.
You're too high to drink.
Too hot. Not too hot.
Too hot?
Too hot.
Yeah, they usually
Oh.
quite cold here. It's cool. They're turning on the AC, right? Yeah.
It's usually cold in here.
Yeah, usually it's cold. That's why I'm wearing.
It's perfect right now.
I'm warm.
You warm right now?
Yeah, I'm warm. Yeah, but I mean, they usually.
Raise.
You're wearing a sweatshirt.
Fold.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah.
You can take it off if you're warm.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
mind.
an idea.
Yeah. I will.
1500.
Raise. 15.
No action for you. You rich already.
Fold.
You have a dog shit hand.
Huh?
I said you have a bad hand. That's why you fold it.
I have a calling hand, but
You check it out.
Jack 6 of spades. Jack 4 I call. Just for the fun.
Be like a famous
I straddle.
Straddle for 200. Call. Fold. Call. Two.
Two.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Isn't that his? I think that's his.
Wait, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the call. Okay, small
That's
blind,
200.
right.
Oh.
We got small blind with 25. Sire was that. Okay. That's enough.
I'm on here, right? Right. Oh,
It's okay.
it's
We're here.
Actually, can I straddle? Oh,
You can from any position. It skipped in, but that's okay.
It's okay, but that was confusing. The 100 was in front of him.
I didn't see that. Yeah, raise it here. It's 18. Fold. Call. Fold. Fold. Heads up. Check. $2,000. Call. Check. $4,500.
Each, you running any better or no?
No.
Oh, that's pretty brutal, man.
Yeah.
You got cooler twice.
Yeah, sucked. I was like, at least I have position on her today. Yeah.
Call. Check. $8,000.
Had to step out of the booth there for a minute, but we are back just in time to see Don getting there again with another interesting holding. Not sure how this hand played out entirely, but we've got a 1/3 pot value bet here with the rivered straight. And Henry in the tank with ace high. Hard to imagine how we get here and find a call on the river with ace high, but Henry really thinking about it. One of the problems here is there's a chance we hero call with the worst hand. There's some deuce X and 3X that could find bluffs here with a club. He knows something feels off about this hand, but I don't think there's anything we can do about it. Once again, Jack 4 just has us absolutely dominated in this spot, so I think we need to let it go.
Show the bluff.
Before I got the nut.
Henry
I got the nut handy. You can watch the show. Absolute nut.
does let it go in the end.
7-4.
That
I
was
missed the flush draw
quite
and
the
hit
tank
nut
with ace
on
high.
the turn top pair too.
Okay, bomb pot.
So you figured it out. I turned top pair already.
10-4 of clubs.
There you go.
Oh, so you were
The
ahead
hand
the whole
took so
time?
long. I was supposed to be the button at bomb pot. You said I'm small.
Huh?
You were ahead the whole time.
Yeah. You played it back on the turn. We moving all in.
Saya there with a hilarious needle saying that hand
Good
took so long that the bomb pots they do every 30
Bomb pot
minutes.
is risky. That's why you
She's
don't
now
like
out of
Should I
position
bet
4 instead of in
5,000 or
position.
You call quicker?
Oh, you said you love bomb pot.
I don't know. 5,000 also looks like you're.
What you had?
So you be running bad at bomb pots.
Ace high? Wow.
But you were bluffing.
I went through that stretch too. Then to turn around.
You were bluffing on the flop.
No, on the flop, I flopped the big hand.
Oh, straight draw flush.
I got a gut shot in the flush draw, and I turned top pair. You think with the ace high? You know I can watch the show and verify it. I tell you exactly what I had. You better not have ace high think that long. You say you think with ace high.
Don giving him a hard
He
time.
definitely has the ace high.
No, but he said he
Thinking
think
with
to
ace
call
high,
8K with ace high.
I agree. Hard time is
was
justified
thinking,
here.
I might have just called you. I wouldn't even think about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Where were you at?
Were you in the hand on the pot on the flop?
Give her the hand.
I
What
wasn't
was-
in the hand. I folded pre-flop.
Give her the hand so I can get paid.
Don getting no respect here.
I want to see is he Henry really have ace high like he claimed it or not. But I tell you the truth, that's what I had, 10-4
Don, when you watch this back, you will indeed see he did have ace high.
I give you some action though, pre-flop 2K.
Players are not giving you credit, which is fantastic. That's where you want to be. Almost got you an outrageous call. Thank you to those of you who are with us on this Friday evening. It's been actually a fantastic game so far. A lot of creative lines, good action. High V pips across the board. Mostly has been Saya running fantastic, playing well. HH running terrible. And HH with a good fold here, facing Henry's 2-pair and better pair.
Oops, sorry, button space. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Turn it off, right? I started it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You do 200 again.
Everyone, okay.
You can do it every hand, it's cool.
I'm down, whatever y'all want.
Raise 300. Bolt. Bolt. $1,300. Bolt. Bolt.
I can't do this. Fuck.
Oh.
I can't. I just can't.
Must have a card reader error here. We're
Can I see the
seeing
bluff?
Bob, you would have
Jack
called.
4 offsuit
She's
has
so
been
disappointed.
folded
I can't. I just
pre-flop.
can't. I
That's
just
your-
can't.
That
That's
can't be
your
right.
favorite
We
hand
do
or your
know that
favorite
that is
hand?
currently
Is that
the
four?
best hand in
Bobby.
poker.
Yesterday,
just
this
can't
hand
do
made top news. You
Really?
didn't know? Yeah, you didn't know what happened?
I don't play poker. I don't watch poker. Why?
Oh.
So- I just love that comment. Don says, "I don't play poker," as he's sitting at the table with
I was
50,000 in
telling
front of
I knew
him.
y'all played
You didn't know
Thursday. I came out.
You love to hear it.
I have the same glasses as you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Raise 300. Call. Bolt. 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 Heads up.
I was playing over there, Hustler, like a month and a half ago.
You did play? Oh.
Yeah.
Check. 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 550. Fold.
Ace high, Henry. A club.
You'll find it in 2 hours. You can find it.
No, I told him the truth. You had ace high club, or you just ace high?
You're in?
I'm not gonna tell you the truth no more.
Shall I put your blind?
Yeah, all blind.
Put your hand.
Big blind. Saddle.
I was told giving you action. That's why I always give
Sorry?
you action. Berkey told me to give
Just
that guy
2
action.
glass first, please.
100 here.
Berkey
For
said
the
that?
steady and
Who's Berkey?
Man,
I took it.
How do you know Matt Berkey?
Fold.
I get him to all the fish game.
Fold.
Wine has been
When he come
opened,
in, I
and
get him to the game, and he
Really?
They won't let him play.
I'll let you guys hear this conversation, but Don taking credit for getting Berkey into
He's
soft
a fish too.
lineups.
They should let him play.
Really?
Yeah, he's
Oh god.
Berkey's
So
a
you-
fish.
Oh man, I got a new idol then, I guess.
Call.
Good on you.
Saya, firing shots. You love to see it.
Check. Check.
He's supposed to be here today.
Heard it here first.
One
The
that
real
one.
reason Berkey's
Holiday.
not in this game is ducking
Holiday,
Saya.
this one.
300.
Thank you.
275.
Saya, this one.
Fold.
This one.
Fold.
I'll get that. Yeah.
Okay.
This one. Okay.
Might be him that
One
was
more,
sending
please.
the flower.
You know, every time I,
Can we bet on that?
You hear me?
who sent the flowers? Maybe you sent the flowers.
Actually, it could be
No.
Thank you for taking my
Don't
money.
feel like you.
it could be one of these guys on the table here that they couldn't even tell you the phone
Cheers.
number and the name.
Saya, I'll tell you right now, the
Cheers,
one
cheers.
person who didn't send the flowers is
Cheers.
HH.
Cheers. All right.
Anyone want one? You want one? Still got.
Maybe later. I want to
Okay,
get
okay.
some food in my system first.
Okay, cool. Just some more. Just put one more. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Fold. $300. Call. Fold.
Oh, yeah.
Fold.
Raise.
Raise 2,000.
angry.
Fold. Fold.
Really want to see a flop with our hand. So you have no idea who's gonna do it?
No idea. Crazy.
Don't get to bother.
Right.
If guys send you a flower with no name and no phone number, just forget about it. You can't use them in life anyway. I mean, they're so scared to put a phone number and everything. What's the point?
I think they should put a phone number. Like, why not?
You can.
But they didn't
You
put
can call the
anything.
flower
Yeah,
shop.
you can call the flowers.
Fold.
If they would release it.
300. Fold. Fold. Raise to 1500. Fold.
That's how you do it.
Oh, man.
Ludo don't count.
If offsuit, I just call
Yeah,
like
you can
Robbie.
handle.
Robbie just called offsuit.
Fold.
Chinatown
Fold.
close to here.
Sorry?
Chinatown close to here.
Close
Oh.
like 20 minutes. Downtown, right? Yeah. It's in downtown.
Fold.
If not traffic, it's like 15, 20 minutes.
Fold.
But it's traffic.
Heads up.
Maybe 40. What do you want to eat? Huh? Hot pot. There's so many hot pots in here. Where you go Chinatown?
Call my therapist for
I mean,
tomorrow morning.
there's not.
It's close. 300.
Call my therapist for tomorrow
I usually
morning.
go to 山城辣妹子，最好的那个 hot pot. The best.
Okay, it's in Chinatown or here?
It's in San Gabriel Valley.
San Gabriel. There's nothing in Chinatown. I mean, there's no good restaurant. I think.
Oh, okay.
I don't
What
think-
the hell is Chinatown? There's
How long's the drive from here to there?
it's only like 21 minutes.
Oh, okay. So
20 minutes. Yeah.
it took me 48 minutes from the airport to here today.
It's a Friday. Friday traffic is the worst.
Yeah, I had no idea. I thought it was like 18 miles should be really quick, and I didn't.
Nice flop here for Holiday's deuces as the players
8.
discuss LA
If you
traffic.
drive tomorrow, it's probably gonna.
This is
only
probably
be
going to
half
get
the time.
paid. Not sure we get to fold an 8 here.
Friday is worse.
We just
Snap
go
call
out
by
to
Henry.
the road at home from
Holiday
407.
takes a little back.
Wow, that is set. That's what that looks like.
Mongo smash. Saying the table talk is a bit more muted without Randall present. Yeah, that's for sure.
Fold.
Randall drives the table talk about as much as anyone.
Fold. 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 Call. Heads up.
Don again with these sort of small connected hands. Getting a great flop here for the 6-5.
You want change?
Wow, this is
You want these?
pretty interesting. Very likely to be a chop pot here, but Don does have more outs to this hand than Henry does. Would win it with an 8, a 5, or weirdly enough a deuce.
43.
Oh, wow. And sure enough, Don binks the full house. Henry has now improved to bottom straight. Pretty awkward run out for the 6-3. You are blocking most full houses here. So this is going to be pretty tempting to call, especially versus someone like Don, but there is a lot of 8x of diamonds in the mix here. You certainly aren't loving this run out. $15,000 here by Dawn into the pot of 9,000. This is quite the bet. 160% pot. Really going for it all here. Hoping his opponent has a straight. He does. It's the low end.
10 seconds.
Wow, calls without using a time check. Just sticks it in, is going to get the bad news. Gross run out.
Nice play.
Really tough spot, and this is the advantage of someone like Don, who has come in and played a ton of hands, played them very aggressively, and is now reaping the benefit of making hands.
You are a pro, huh? You.
You need to watch it, see what's in your hand.
Texas. Too good, Texan.
Hit and hit.
30,000.
Oh, ask Jim. You know how good it is. I had to take a break from it.
Who? Okay, Don, scan your hand, please. Got it? So we got a call, and now a raise to 400. Fold.
Don's going to be back at it again here with the Jack-8 suited, limping from early position. Holiday with the goods. Pumps it up, everybody else out of the way. Don will call. Pretty ugly flop here for both players. Holiday not loving this. It's going to be hard to get a lot of action from worse. Brings in a lot of draws. And Don missing entirely. This is not going to be an exciting pot.
Huh? No, I pay myself.
600.
No, different.
Raise 18.
I'll give you 13. Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
This is
Okay.
why we are seeing Don get paid off when he makes the hands, because he will also make plays like this with a very generous 2% next to his cards.
10 seconds.
We're certainly not going to see Holiday fold here. And in fact, she just jams. Well, this will put a quick end to the hand. I'm surprised by this jam. I think we want to keep bluffs in. Especially when we have the ace of diamonds. We're not really fearful of a diamond draw coming in on the turn, so I think with our hand, we're not fearful of diamond draws, we're not fearful of Jack-10. Those are going to be the most common draws there. I think we want to do a lot of flatting in position against somebody who clearly has the capability of bluffing it off, but does decide to just go with the jam, protect her equity a little bit, maybe, is the logic there, and that'll be the end of that. Dawn lighting 1800 on fire.
300.
Or just advertising for his next river value bet.
I wonder why you keep looking at it. Is that what it is?
We've seen the 3 and 4 betting slow down a lot. First couple hours,
I went to the bathroom, I took it off.
2.5 hours of the show. Almost every hand was 3 and 4 bet. Getting a little bit more flatting pre-flop now. Although, as I say that, Henry pops the king-queen offsuit up, and Dawn with ace-king. Snap calls. Don't love it. I think this is a spot where Don can really exert some pressure. He's played the last 5-6 hands in a row.
Head up again.
We saw him do that random 3-bet or that random check raise last hand.
You want to join?
I think this is a time to apply the pressure pre-flop with a hand like Ace King. Much rather see him trap a hand like Kings than I would Ace King. Now we're sort of in no man's land. We've missed the flop, as we're going to do more than half the time. We're going to face a continuation bet from the pre-flop raiser. Sometimes we have the best hand here with Ace King. Sometimes we're getting a good enough price to draw at a pair. 2 clubs on board, no club in our hand makes this a little dicey. It's going to be a tough spot. If Henry gives up, it's fine. But if he doesn't, we're in a real awkward spot here with the Ace King off.
5,000.
Henry does check turn, and Don will take the best hand and turn it into a bluff. Here's some frustration from Henry there, saying he wins again.
Good.
Appreciate our moderators doing so much work today in the chat. I know a lot of you guys want to be talking about some other subjects going on in the poker world. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that on stream today. Feel free to bring that discourse to Twitter.
What happened?
If you'd like to.
So you're targeting him.
Just all of you guys fold, so somebody got to give him action.
Don is an action player. Love this guy.
200. Call.
And just keeps making the best hand. Great turn for the 7-5 offsuit here. Poker is easy, folks.
Check.
5.
Check.
Give him action.
Ooh, nice hand.
Yeah, E.M. Taylor, nobody in the wings to come in this game, although, I mean, personally, I much prefer 6-handed poker. Especially watching it. You just get people playing a lot more interesting, unorthodox hands. You can apply a lot more pressure. Much less about only starting with premiums and then going from there. Ranges are going to be much wider. Leaves for more creativity. So, 6-handed is kind of a sweet spot. I strongly prefer this over 8-handed or 9-handed poker.
Fold. 300.
Raise.
Raise. 1,000.
A few people were supposed to be here today who did not end up being able to make it, and we're going to see some action here.
Fold.
Jacks into the ace-queen suited. Henry is already a little steamed up. You can feel it from the last couple pots. He's been a little frustrated, losing with the better hand. I expect a 4-bet to go in here, and I expect it to be a chonky one. And Jew is probably not going away. We're 6-handed now. The strength of these hands goes up significantly, being 6-handed as well. You're not worried about as many combos. Wow, he does just flip in the call after a while. A little bit surprising.
Check. 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 Check.
About the safest run out I have ever seen for jacks in my entire life. Everybody at home thinking this is not the board that I get when I have jacks. 5 high. Henry will finally go for a little value here on the river. Oh, excuse me. Henry will go for a ludicrous amount of value here on the river. Is this correct? 6,000 into 2,200? Is that what we're seeing? Wow, this is quite the bet. Putting a ton of pressures on 7s, 8s, 9s.
10 seconds.
You're not even
He is
21 yet.
basically at the exact top of his range after flatting the 3-bet.
Adding time.
His queens, kings, and
okay.
aces are
She looks so
probably
young, I see she can go for it.
all 4-betting at over 90%. So we're left here with jacks as top of range. When this has gone check down, we're not worried
Yeah,
about bigger
like-
pairs. He knows he has the best hand,
They check my ID
and he's
when I
just going to
walked
go
in,
for
I was young.
absolute max
She-
value.
She looked too young. Is it a private game? That's where she can play. Or what? You flying out here too?
It's an odd spot for Jew when we have ace-queen.
Yesterday.
It's hard to
Looks like we
identify
might play Thursday.
the bluffs that we're really picking off on this hand, right? A lot of our suited connectors are going to be betting the turn
I can't sleep.
in Henry's seat as a bluff rather than waiting for the river here. There's not a ton here that needs to be bluffing. He's going to have a number of pocket pairs in his range that just don't need to do this. So when we're bluffing for this size, do we really have the balance? When we're betting for this size, do we really have enough balance in our bluffs? Probably not,
He got it.
but it's not going to matter. Henry, once again, knows his man and is going to get paid off.
Nice hand.
That's quite an exploitative sizing being used. Bet almost 3x the pot and gets paid by the ace high. Might be a little bit of frustration in that call for Jew. Things just haven't gone his way today. Doesn't seem like ace queen suited is a combo that we need to be bluffing there, or excuse me, bluff catching there with, given that sizing.
Raise 300.
Raise.
3 raise 1,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
And these two are going to be back at it again here. Henry opening, Jew 3-betting.
Call. Heads up.
Play CTA, sir.
Check.
Screen. You played there?
This time Jew is going to outflop Henry in a spot where he's likely to get at least a little bit of value.
I think I played there one time. JD asked me to come one time.
Oh.
I was there one time. I lost big that session. I lost big.
Call.
So normally you play on a PCH.
I work and then, you know, maybe like once a week I play poker, like once a week, like home. So either I go there, hometown got game, I play, if not, and,
Okay. I have some home games.
in Dallas?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Check me out, I'm in town.
Pretty good.
Pretty safe turn card here in this 3-bet pot. Not a lot of 9s
Come on. Let's see.
in each player's range.
Yeah, I drive in,
What appointment?
I like to play
But
that.
Jew over-betting
it's
turn,
right here.
trying to get Henry the exact same way Henry just got him. And Henry not going to fall for it. He will just let the Queen Jack of Hearts go on the turn.
He told me that was like a great game. I don't know if it was great.
Little roll reversal there. And Henry making the good discipline fold for the over pot size turn bet.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, he wanted me to come.
Take care of your
Yeah, yeah.
I like it. I actually doesn't like
Crazy.
Here we have the leaderboard. Saya still at 107K. Biggest swings from last update are going to be Jew and Holiday
Just had a good game too at Bellagio.
swinging down, and Don picking up most of those chips. Don's still hovering right at 44% VPIP. You love to see it.
They had a 5100. No
Absolutely driving the action in this game, and now we have found ourselves in a 2-winner game.
Home game or private or?
Two big winners today, Sai and Don,
100, right? 100.
both up around
5100.
50K each. everyone else
Normally
down.
Justin Young run in the morning and
Tough game.
Chris in the afternoon. So they have it every day.
Sounds good.
Whenever I go out there, that game there every day.
I really appreciate you guys in the chat, especially those of you who have hung out and been active for a while. E.M. Taylor, Calico Fox, see Lewis on Twitch getting in there. Thank you guys. Over on the YouTube side of things. Sovakos has been in there. Protheon, Dick Holcomb. Somebody in the YouTube chat quickly made the Jack 4 off-screen name. You love to see it. Do appreciate everybody tuning in. If you haven't yet, and even if you're on the Twitch side of things, please do just hop over to YouTube real fast, click the like button. That's the only way we can keep doing these streams for free. I know it gets obnoxious to hear us asking for it all the time, but that really is the only way that this works. So if you just take the 20 seconds, log into an account, click the like button, that's it. That's all we ask. Here we've got another bomb pot with, well, now this is an odd spot. Saya with the 7s here, facing a raise on the turn from the ace high. Looks like she will 3-bet the turn, and Jew with the fold. Good fold by Jew.
Free hand if you want it.
Looks like he was making that raise to raise fold. Not something you see in Hold'em a lot. Raise folding, kind of mergy like that to feel out where you are when you have a hand as strong as top pair. That's much more of a 4-card type play. But I like it a lot in that spot. In a bomb pot, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. Jew does have a good poker sense about him. Just hasn't run great today.
Get my chips from the cage.
Huh?
Let me get my chips from the cage.
You want them to pull chips for you? Yeah, they can do that for you.
All right, Team Charlie, before you get timed out, Sandy, don't time him out yet. We're going to give him a chance to redeem himself. I don't understand the Limon situation. I assume that has something to do with Live in the Bike. Explain it to me. Put it in the chat.
Sorry, can you get a chip runner?
What's going on with that?
Can you get a chip runner?
What is that reference? I see it every time I'm here for Live in the Bike. I see someone reference it. I don't.
30? All right.
I have no idea what it
I'm
is.
just gonna add on 30,000. Enter. Too late.
300.
Raise 300. Start. Fold. Fold. Fold.
.340 Magnum saying, just got here. Anyone calling all in with Jack High yet? Yeah. That has happened so far. And Jack 4 has also called an all in specifically.
Are you Chinese?
Versus a club flush draw and won the hand. That has also happened. Players have taken notes. They've caught up with the recent poker study. It has been confirmed that Jack 4, now the 3rd best hand in poker, falling just behind aces and 9-6 suited. And players have been putting that to work so far today. It's been very impressive.
Call. Call. Foreplay. Check. 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 Check around. Check. Check. Check around. Check.
Who's firing the 17? Don's firing this 17. And this is probably just going to work. Nobody really with anything here. Don is going to see all the white flags. Bet with the worst of it and take it down. Well done. Hey, Calico Fox saying you subscribed on YouTube. Appreciate it. Thank you. Tater Nub, no Berkey today. He was not able to make it. His plane... They deplaned him on the tarmac today, was what he said, unfortunately.
Raise. 600.
Yeah, 340, I understand, but it has happened, so, you know, gotta call it like it is. It's a fair question these days. I've certainly updated my no limit hold'em pre-flop charts.
Sends a thing, 2 straddles, 100 here, 100 here.
2 straddles?
Yeah. Way to fix the blind, 'cause she got up on the blind.
Don absolutely controlling this table since he sat down. Very, very impressive. Even with Saya to his left. He has certainly been the one to dictate action in most hands. It's another reason that I actually strongly prefer 6-handed games versus 8 or 9-handed games. It does sort of let you get momentum going. It's very tough to win a bunch of hands in a short period of time in an 8 or 9-handed game just due to card distribution. But when you get in a 6-handed game, you can go on a little heater for a half hour. Pick up 3-4 hands in a row. Pick up 5-6 hands out of 10, things like that. Momentum's a real factor sometimes in poker. Got the battle of second pair here. Henry with the edge given his 10 kicker, but HH picking up the gutter ball on the turn. Bricks out. I think we're pretty likely to see check bet call here. Ace-8 does have some good value on this board, and 10-8 makes a pretty nice bluff catcher. Going to be very hard to just check fold 10-8. And sure enough, we do get check back call. And HH will continue to see how poorly he's running. Just cannot make the best hand today in a pot with money in it. Poker is quite a cruel game when you are on the wrong side of variance for a full session, and that is what has happened to HH today. See Holiday rejoining us.
2 big blinds.
One more part.
Yeah, that's right.
She has a straddle coming.
Yeah. Can I have
Straddle?
this one? Yeah, it'd be 200.
Okay.
Can I have a Thank you.
So do I put 100? No, I
Yes.
wait, right?
Yeah, no. Just too big.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Kind of complicated.
It happens when someone sits on the blind. But also we're playing with the straddle on, so it's just treated like a third blind. Makes it way more confusing. Needs to be.
I'm
Straddle
first.
for 200.
You're the driver.
Okay. 600.
Raise. 6. Fold.
Dimensions say need more players. Yeah, see, I don't know. I just don't agree with that. Much rather watch 6-handed poker myself. Lets you play hands like 10-7 suited.
Henry's got 30,000 behind.
No, I got it.
Are you ready to give it to me? Okay. Yeah, you have it on there already. Okay, I was just making sure. I didn't know they brought it to me. Check. Check.
Everybody with a little something something here. Top pair for Dawn. Pair of sixes for Saya. And the nut gutty for Henry. Saya's going to peel one off with the 6 in position. Dawn just never getting credit for a hand. And that's going to price in Henry with his gut shot. 8 would be chaos. Everyone's going to brick here, and Dawn's going to get to the river with the best of it. Does he try to go for value? No, he's going to slide it over to Saya, who is going to turn her hand into a bluff, and this is not going to work. Dawn is almost certainly going to make this call with top pair, and a not completely irrelevant 8. Yeah, doesn't even think about it.
Sixes.
Snaps it off. And Dawn will just continue vacuuming up the chips ever since he has sat down. This is quite impressive. I am aware the man is making the best hand most of the time, but he's getting max value in those spots. He's also run some nice bluffs. He is currently just crushing this table.
What am I right now? Nothing? Okay.
Adriano in the YouTube chat. Yeah, a lot more people over the Twitch chat. Happens. YouTube's got to fix its its chat format in general. It's a lot less smooth and accessible than Twitch chat. Here we see 10s for the 100th time today. Once again now squaring up against Ace-King. And Holiday, keep in mind, this shouldn't matter, but it will. Holiday is buried in this session. And normally when you are buried and you have a fringe spot where you could mix calls and 4-bets, you are going to do a lot of 4-betting. You want to build a pot and try to claw your way back to even. Ju is in the same boat, unfortunately. So what we're very likely to see here are these players potentially just running this for a 10K flip. Very possible just running it once. And somebody trying to get a little closer to even. No, Ju will take the more cautious route and just call with the 10s, which I think is correct. Good to see the frustration not getting the better of him here, especially against someone like Holiday, who's just not putting in a 4-bet bluff very often. Wow, she snap jams the flop. Just doesn't even think about it. Understand the SPR is under 1, but just instantly jams flop. Man, I wish I had not punted a buy into her earlier today. After watching her play now, I feel quite bad about my line. Happens. Ju in a tough spot. 10 still holding a decent amount of value on this board. I think he's going to find a fold, but the SPR makes it real tough. We are getting almost 4-1 on this call.
$56.75.
How much?
$56.75.
Regardless of what Ju does, Holiday's going to claw a bit back, and Ju will just continue to not run well. Really, 2 players today have gotten obliterated by the deck, and we are seeing the effects of it. Wow, he does make the call. He pays it off here. I don't know if we really want to flat pre-flop and then call it off on a king-high board here, but if he was going to take this route, I'd have liked to see him jam it in pre. But here we are. And Holiday will end up getting the full double. She gets within striking distance of even on the day.
Upping 20.
He's gonna add 20,000.
Yeah, Profion, I agree. I think it's real hard to find enough bluffs there. By Holiday, I don't really see her jamming any hands under 9s. She could have 9s at some frequency, but those have now flopped a set. All the other pocket pairs that she's 4-betting with, or certainly the vast majority of them, have us dead to rights with our 10s there. And then a number of her semi-bluffs, if they exist, even have us dead. So ruling out ace-king, just some king-queen suited and maybe the occasional king-queen off, king-jack off, just as a 4-bet bluff versus an aggressive opener. Makes its way into our range there. Now those all have us in rough shape. I think there just aren't quite enough bluffs on that texture after that line to call there with 10s. But maybe again, we've talked about this before, could be a little bit of frustration coming out of Zhu. Things just haven't gone his way today. Saya here making the best hand. Little roll reversal here. Very similar spot. Don loves this check raise. Post-flop check raises, a lost art. Don going for a check raise bluff here on the turn with ace high. Now is going to continue to tell the story. And Saya beats him into the pot.
You have 3-4.
Call me the same thing with a king 8. Good call.
Yes.
Alex, should I do 4K?
These
like
two
her?
trading
I
bluffs
snapped off.
and snap calls.
Good call.
Thank you.
Yeah, on the roll.
Yeah, that was about as insta of an insta call as you were ever going to see. Sometimes that phrase is overused, but I don't think Saya let the chips get out of Dawn's hand before she made that call. Never feels good when you're bluffing and that happens.
Call. Fold. Call. Heads up. Check.
Dawn right back in the mix with the 8-4 suited. Premium holding. Not quite as good as Jack 4.
400. Fold. Fold.
Henry with the C-bet. Gonna get snap folds. King high. Way the best hand of it. Two real different stories between the two biggest losers in today's game, HH and Zhu. Zhu has been very active from the start, taking high variance, high aggression lines in most of his spots. Lost a couple flips. Hasn't run great, but has mixed it up a lot as well, given himself a lot of opportunities. HH sort of been the opposite. One of the quieter tables of the players so far today after getting coolered twice, huge early on.
Raise. 17.
Both to Saya.
Fold.
Sort of same story with the big winners. Saya has slowed way down after picking up most of her profit in the first hour and a half of this show. And Dawn, who showed up late, has put on the pressure non-stop to run up a 50,000 profit.
500.
I don't. What's happening? He just. Wow. He just gets after it. This guy is something else. A little $500 excuse me type c-bet with the ace-9 here, and Don just rips it up to 3,600 with the 10 deuce of diamonds. Hey, I mean, some backdoor draws here.
All in.
I think that is a substantial mistake, and I like how HH has played so far today. I think he's run poorly. I cannot find a reason to jam ace-9 there. Our hand simply doesn't need protection, and you really want to let Don take another stab at the pot. We can simply call and jam river, or bet river for value if turn goes check check, but I think we need to let Don at least take a stab at it on the turn, rather than folding out his air balls and semi-bluffs. It's different if we have a bit of a weaker holding there, but with aces up on that flop, we're just not worried about any turn card in the deck.
400. Fold. Fold.
It's hard though. It's hard to stay patient when nothing's gone your way. It's hard to try to keep someone in when you keep running so poorly as well. You're sort of thinking at this point of the session, what could go wrong with this hand, rather than how do I extract max value. So it's hard. It's can be very tough to make these decisions sometimes in the moment. Yeah, Calico Fox in chat actually probably putting it best. Said tilted, just needed a W, been there before. Yeah, I agree. I think that probably is what happened there. Emotions getting the better of him in what I think if he was looking at that spot objectively would know is probably just a call. Choose King 8 way out in front in this hand.
400.
And that'll bring an end.
Fold.
We are deep into a beautiful Friday evening here at the Bicycle Casino and Hotel, presented by Bally's. A little under an hour left on the stream. This will be the last time I ask. If you're around, please head over to YouTube, click that like button for us real fast. Not going to hear me mention it again. Really appreciate everybody who does. Got to get the algorithm working and get those numbers up. So please take the 20-30 seconds, log into something, click that like button before the stream's over.
The States, yeah.
Heads up.
Until I'm rich.
Huh?
Until I'm rich.
Until you're rich. I thought you were already rich.
Sandy, if you don't mind, I'm not sure I can do it not as a mod. Just throw the YouTube link in the Twitch chat for the almost 500 viewers in there.
14.
Let's see if we get some people to just click that real quick that are joining us on Twitch.
Depends how much money you donating.
Just click that like button on
How much
YouTube.
money I donate to you?
That's gonna be tough.
Holiday with the open ender here against Ace King.
Am I living like in a week if you clean me out?
Uh-oh. This could get ugly. Thinks it right on the turn. A little bit disguised here with the 8-7. Don, whoa! No. I think at this stack depth, so this is the opposite of the last situation. I know I liked the check back previously. The reason that I don't like the check back by Holiday here simply is because we know Don is going to call down with his made hands, and we have a stack to pot ratio in SBR here, where with 2 bets we can get all in on the river. So I think we actually want to start building this pot, but it is potentially going to work out the same. Don might have a bit too much hand to fold here.
What time does it finish?
Very sneaky check back on the turn by Holiday. This is interesting.
7:15 will finish the game? Okay.
I would guess we're going to end up at the same results. I think bet gets called, and I think simply checking and then raising river gets called. So probably won't matter too much in the long run. Very similar size pot both ways. But
You're definitely playing if you're down.
certainly if we're checking back turn,
That's usually what
we're expecting it to get called when we raise river here by ace-king. We're doing that to disguise our hand. One of the problems here is Holiday's table image not working to her advantage. Hasn't shown a lot of bluff so far. Has been one of the more snug players. Don knows that. You can tell he really is a thinking player.
Ask Ling Ling, maybe you want to come.
I think maybe playing the stream at Hustler. I'm sure she'll come when she finishes.
Don, who has not been shy to call rivers, knows that he can't beat value here, and this is very, very good awareness by Don. I am quite impressed with his play so far, based on what he said coming in, that he's just a very recreational player, doesn't play much poker, is a businessman. But really good understanding of this exact spot. I still think this is probably just too much hand to fold, but would be an exceptional fold if he finds it. Can't do it.
Nice.
But I like his thought process there. That's great recognition of the spot. I think he played that hand fine. Holiday deserves
a lot of out.
Trying to let you guys hear the table talk. Holiday probably deserves that call with the check through turn. Maybe not with her table image, but played the hand well. Not much you can do there with the ace-king. Don's feeling it, knows that maybe in some world he gets away there, knowing his opponent just isn't raising the river with anything worse than that ever, and probably is imbalanced towards value. But at the same time, we've got ace-king. The turn's checked through.
Better board, would you call all in then?
We're towards the top of our range. It's real tough to make that fold.
All in the board. The board.
The river play the what?
Would you call?
Yeah. Just 2,000.
It's a good check.
Like small chips. You want to say it? 2,000.
Oh, golly.
2,500, yeah.
Should have let it go. That's the only hand can beat it. I thought you were with 2 pairs. Check the turn too.
You just sit on river?
Huh?
You hit set river?
Oh, I flopped. I thought she hit river 2 pair. I actually checked the turn. Hopefully she bet and she checked it too. Actually saved me money.
Yeah, you get more money.
Save me money. She bet the turn. She double, fully, almost double.
7, 8 right now. Never mind.
I'll take Queen Jack.
Queen Jack of
Yeah, I'll take Queen Jack.
clubs or heart.
I'll take Queen 10. I'll take Queen 10 better.
Check her out. 9 of hearts.
What about now?
I'll take pocket tens.
Please. I take Queen 10.
Checked through on the flop in this bomb pot. 6-handed. See, Holiday with a 9. And the gutty. 9-8 looking real good here, actually.
1,000. Fold.
trips with a open-ender on the top board and does have that gut shot as backup equity on the bottom board, making this a great hand to apply pressure with. Let's see, HH with the queens on the bottom board, but nothing on the top board, making this a little tougher. I'd like to see Holiday get the raise in there on the turn, but it's going to take the safer line and probably just check call twice. I think it's okay. I think it's better if we don't have equity on the bottom board. When we do have something like a gut shot straight draw, our hand probably wants to end up in a more aggressive line. Yeah, EMT Taylor saying that, Don even stated it there, that if Holiday had bet turn, that pot would have ended up all in. Probably true, but real tough, right? You're not necessarily putting your opponent on a hand as strong as Ace-King, especially after he's checked turn, especially someone like Don there. So Holiday was taking a route. Just messaged Sandy in the Twitch chat, getting my names confused. Holiday was taking a route there that tries to extract some money and let some of his bluffs continue on the river, not necessarily taking a route against top of range like Don had. So I think it's okay. I'd probably be playing a bet most of the time on the turn there with that combo, but it seems completely reasonable to check and trap there in position. Meanwhile, we've got middle set that had Saya's 10-6 more or less drawing dead on the flop. All of a sudden, Saya turns a boatload of equity with the flush draw, but Brick's out here. Incredibly nice run out for the 10s. Any potential straight draws that we were worried about on the turn, no longer an issue. Full pot here. Don't know if I love this sizing in this spot. I think it's really hard to get called by Queen X for full pot. I don't think Saya has much Jack X here. We're just running out of hands that are going to get to call us for full pot. I think we can extract a lot of value for half pot or two-thirds pot from the Queen X of our opponents in that spot, which is going to show up quite frequently. But it's probably all right.
Now it's getting chilly.
Now it's getting colder.
Yeah, it's getting cold now.
See? It's supposed to be.
No in between.
Huh?
Hot or cold, no in between.
Yeah.
Because the lights. It's a big part of it. 300.
That was when the AC turned on. It's like.
So the lights heat up everything, so it's like it's a hot. Re-raise, 1,000. And once it gets hot enough, the air kicks in, and then the air makes everything way too cold. People.
Oh, AKA Nemsco. Nemo coming over with the huge raid.
No in between.
Hope the chess went well. Hope to see you on the stream in the near future. Up and coming poker prodigy. Thank you for the huge raid on Twitch. Anybody joining? I am Tallow. You've actually seen me on Nemo's stream a couple times, coaching her in poker. If you are just joining, we would appreciate any of you who are able to hop over to the Live at the Bike YouTube channel and click the like button. Helps us out a lot. Sandy, if you're in Twitch chat and you can post the YouTube link in Twitch chat, be much appreciated. Welcome everybody. It's been a pretty wild stream today. A lot of action. 2 main winners in the game, Saya and Dawn. Dawn was approaching the 50K winning margin, but has given a bit back in the last 30 minutes or so. Run into a couple tough spots. Here we see a battle with Henry and Ju. Ju, one of the biggest losers today, has run terrible. Played very aggressive, but just run into a bunch of hands. As we see him missing a flush draw here in this one. Dr. Lono in the chat. How's it going? Got some regulars from Nemo's channel over here. If you are in the Live at the Bike Twitch chat and haven't heard of Nemo, you're missing out. Give her a follow. Going to be doing a lot of poker upcoming. Chad in the YouTube chat not understanding that he's getting trolled. Catch up, mate. Hell of a flop here for 6-9 suited. Second best hand in poker. And Henry with top pair. Probably not going anywhere. This is a blind versus blind battle. The third blind that you see that little 3B logo up is effectively the straddle. So these are really like more or less the 2 bigger blinds for those of you who are new to straddles. Which means range is going to be very wide here. Players are going to be playing a lot of hands.
Check.
So far, so good for the top pair. Wouldn't have been surprised to see Henry put in a third bet on that flop. I think his hands, 9 high, boatload of equity is one that can do it.
Check.
Now the turn goes check, check, and we're going to see what happens if this blanks out. It does. We're left on the river now from what was a massive hand on the flop to just 9 high. See if Henry... Nope. No value.
Check, check.
Check, check on the river, and Queen 8 will just take it down.
That's exactly what I thought.
If you said 9,
No. I don't have hands that good.
That's a pot that potentially is affected by the way HH has been running so far today. He just has not been able to make the best hand really ever in a pot, and you can sort of feel that frustration. Spot where maybe he considers bluffing on the river in other circumstances, but doesn't want to compound his bad luck of missing by giving up more of it, getting a bluff called on the river. Henry's gotten up over the 40% VPIP rate. Very nice. And what was a 2-winner game has now gone up to a 4-winner game. Dawn has spread the wealth back out a little bit over the last hour. See Henry creeping into the green. And Holiday back up for a nice profit after being buried about 20,000 an hour ago. Almost all of that courtesy of Dawn.
You want one gum?
Oh no, I apologize. Ju gave her a bit on the ace-king versus 10 hands as well.
Good for your calorie.
3 to go.
You know this gum, right, Haiju?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Haya doesn't know that. 800.
Raise. 800. Fold. Fold.
Is this a straight raise to 800? Over the 100?
Heads up.
Oh, shot. No, it was limped. That's what happened here. Big blind limped into the straddle. Straddle pops it up to 800. Still a very hefty raise.
500.
Side will defend with the king 7 off here.
Call.
And Saya's got some plans for this hand. Jew putting in the small c-bet, and Saya floating with king high. Some backdoor stuff. Misses all of it, and Jew's going to go runner, runner, aces up. Unfortunately, not going to get another penny here. This is going to go bet fold, and we will move on.
$1,200. Fold. So we got 25, 50, 50, and 100.
Little 5-handed action right now with Dawn out of the mix.
Fold. Fold. 300. Fold.
Sorry.
Almost.
Oh,
It's okay.
sorry. Change the action.
Call. Fold. Heads up.
Oh, hey.
Check.
Yep.
300.
One.
Yeah, don't worry.
One more.
One more.
Take it more. Take it.
Thank you.
Finish it.
Check.
I don't.
Check.
I can take this all the time. Like,
Yeah. I like the grape one.
non-stop.
Sevens?
There's a grape
Kind of
flavor.
6.
This is
Oh,
the mango,
this-
right? There's another one, the
mango.
You,
grape
you mean
one.
7 high?
I like
Sevens.
strawberry.
7 high. No way, Henry.
And that's
7 high, optimistic. Not quite, Saya.
200 straddle.
Oh, is that good, huh? Candy.
That's good.
Checked it back on the step, it got me tilted. Great play.
She wants
Call
fish.
you real light, call you one pair.
200 to go.
Didn't think you had me.
Yeah, double here. In the middle. Fold. Raise.
See?
550. Call. Raise. 3,500. Fold.
Let me see.
Fold.
Jew trying to make a little back towards the end of today's stream. Popping it up with the ace-king.
Fold.
King 10 and queen 9 reluctantly relinquish. Is that a Butterfinger wrapper on the table? What is that? Yeah, double, and I think you are the only one. That gentleman does not look like Bradley Cooper. I'm sorry to break this to you.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Easy.
Easy money.
Holiday opening the queen 8 suited and taking it down. No resistance.
Fold. Call. Fold. Fold. Call. 3 players.
HH opening up with queen 6 suited here. Can't tell what the other hands are yet. Size 7-6. Choose Jack 4. Tough board to c-bet in general, not representing a lot as the under the gun opener with queen 6.
1,000.
So HH will check it over. This is going to be pretty interesting now. All 3 players with a little piece continuing to the turn. Wow. And once again, we have found ourselves with Jack 4 getting there on a 2-club board. Once again, if you all have not updated your pre-flop hand ranking charts, Jack 4, 3rd best hand in poker.
It's hot. A little bit more noise, but we don't need the AC. Just like some air circulation.
Haven't seen it lose very often today.
2,500. Fold. Okay, they said they're gonna
Like a French fry.
fold. Fold. Everybody's up.
And both the 6s will let it go.
Shooting. I was in Bobby's room and none of us know. We had like maybe like 13 of us sitting there playing. We had no clue what happened. All of a sudden I walked outside like people ran over each other.
So Vaco's saying all the players at the same level like Linus you'll find in the Triton series. I've played in Triton. I assure you, not everyone's on the same level of Linus.
Except in the
Played against Linus at Triton London actually, one of the short deck events.
Until they say run, and we all walked out, they all gone already. They ran over each other, all the chip everywhere on the table.
Option checks.
You carry your chip or just leave it there?
I mean, on the big game that we play, all our chips still there. But on the general floor, chips everywhere on the place. They just ran over each other. I don't know what's going on, and then finally they make an announcement.
100.
Someone say was a shooter in the casino.
It's a fake one, yeah.
Fake. Well, everybody ran. The sport book with the sport book room there, like full of people. I say if they come in, you got nowhere to go. I don't know why we ran here. Like the sport book, like full of people.
I think it's hidden in the back, so the guy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I like, well, why did we ran over each other and then ran to the sport book room where there's no door, you know? So, they shut down the whole night. They shut it down till like maybe 6 a.m. They make an announcement, everything open.
6
back up.
days?
They shut it down. It happened at like midnight. They shut the whole casino down. I don't know what they do with that guy.
Fold. Call.
5. Raise.
Raise. 500.
JDeals007 asking if there's more than one bike casino in LA. Nope, this is the Live at the Bike hotel and casino.
Fold. Call. Heads up. Check.
500.
500.
Piece for both players here. Each of them also with a emergency backdoor flush draw. Don's being a lot harder to realize.
Call. Check.
It's probably going to end the hand right here with this ace. A lot of Holiday's potential flop stabs in position. Now getting there on the turn, either with an ace or of the king-jack variety.
Fold.
And sure enough, Don will let it go on the turn. For once.
Call. Fold. Fold. Raise. 400. Call. 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 4 players.
Action flop here is 2 players have flopped a flush draw. Top pair for Jew.
550.
And we know Don loves these suited small connected hands, even the unsuited small connected hands, but suits really get him going. Every option on the table here for Don. Looking at those 550s just floating out there, thinking, get him, and he, wow.
Heads up.
All right, I'm quite confused. I was never ever expecting him to fold 5-4 of clubs there for getting over 6-1 on his money.
1100.
I'm worried he didn't even realize he had a flush draw to make that fold.
Call.
And what a fold Don did make, as he would have made the flush and been beaten by the queen high flush of HH. Finally something going right for HH, although you can't help but feel like he actually got a little bit unlucky in this hand, with Don getting out of the way with a smaller flush draw. This board has gotten worse and worse for Jew on each street. Another player who's just had a terrible run of cards today. First the ace on the turn, and then the flush draw coming in on the river. Jew now left with a fairly weak bluff catcher. No club in his hand.
1 second.
Trying to figure out what HH could have had from the flop that he still beats.
Adding time. Last time shift. Call.
Wow, it does pay it off here. This feels like Jew has tilted a bit, and this is a frustration call. We saw a potentially frustration call versus Holiday earlier when Jew had the 10-10 on the king high flop, and then this one it's really hard to find a hand that king 10 off still beats by the river. Gonna have to give HH a lot of credit there for coming up with creative bluffs, turning hands like 8-8, 7-7, 6-6 with a club into a bluff by the river, and I don't know if that's happening.
Fold.
Cool.
300.
Now I see why.
Yeah. Should wear coat.
Fold. Raise. 17. Fold. Fold. Call. Heads up.
HH out flopping Chew here with the King 8 versus King 9. Chew continues to just run
14.
terrible.
1400.
HH finally getting a little bit going.
$1,400. Call 1400. Check. Check.
Interesting check on the turn here. Let's see if Jew tries to get to showdown
Check.
with his King High. He does. I think we need to be betting King 8 on the turn at a pretty high frequency, certainly once the turn's checked through. This is basically a mandatory bet on the river. It's not going to matter here,
2200.
with Jew having none of this board. But he's thinking about it. Very milky, little under third pot bet here. But ow. There are some spots to call with King High. This doesn't feel like one of them. Sure enough, Jew let it go.
Selection. Bomb pot, please. 200, double board.
You play the KO bumper.
Yeah. Houston is always IPO. The only time I play big folding is over there.
Can you spare some yellow? Right. Thank you.
Jack of diamonds. 10 of clubs. King of spades on top. Check, check, check. 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 Check around.
It's going to be our last double board bomb pot of the night. Has checked through on the flop.
Bet.
Saya with an 8. Looks like it's ahead on the bottom board. Nobody has diamonds. These are some skimpy looking holdings.
Bluff.
How would you
But
go
it's
for
safe.
bump pot?
Button space.
HH will take it down with the 9-4 off. Well done.
84.
Profion in the YouTube chat saying online poker rate is too high. Buddy, live poker rate can be just as high, if not worse. 1020 PLO that I play at Commerce breaks $14 a half hour. If you're playing 8 hours a day, 5 days a week on a 50-week schedule, just a normal work schedule, paying $62,000 a year in rake. $62,000. Live poker, I assure you, also has quite substantial rake.
Check. Check.
600.
600. Fold.
that might be it for it. Here we see potentially the final leaderboards of the show. Saya hanging on to that 50K lead that she has had basically since the first hour. Two huge hands with HH. And yeah, that will be it. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Hope you enjoy your Friday night or evening wherever you are in the world.